asked my parents the last couple of years if I rented this house.
Good morning and welcome to today's New York City Council hearing on the Committee on Housing and Buildings. At any point, no one may approach the dais during today's hearing. If you'd like to testify, please fill out one of the testimony slips in the back with the Sergeant-at-Arms. Please silence all electronic devices that you may have. Chair, you may begin.
Good morning, and first and foremost, my apologies for the tardy start. Everyone, thank you so much for joining us. I'm Councilmember Pierina Sanchez, Chair of the Committee on Housing and Buildings. Today, the City Council is holding a second hearing, on the topic of social housing, including a package of bills known as the Community Land Act. I would like to acknowledge my colleagues from the Council who are present, Council Members Hudson, Marte, Brewer, Nurse, Aviles, Ressler, and Dinowitz on Zoom. New York City and municipalities across the United States are facing a dire housing crisis, not one that is felt equally by all New Yorkers or all those who call America home, but one with pain concentrated in low-income communities, communities of color, and one that is felt by underrepresented people like persons living with disabilities, sexual and gender minorities, religious minorities. That this pain is felt differentially is widely documented. It is a function, of course, of the history of this nation, government and private sector policies like redlining that devalued certain communities because they housed people of color, investments like the GI Bill and favorable mortgages that transferred no less than $100 billion in 1950, $1 trillion in 2025 dollars to white families in the post-war period, at the exclusion of minority communities, and set the stage for white families to have an average net worth of $188,000 across the country, while black families have a median net worth of $24,000 today, an eightfold difference. To the lowest income New Yorker, being housing insecure means homelessness. This is 70% of the constituents who live in my district who are housing cost burden. It means children forced to commute for hours from shelter in Queens, perhaps to their school in a section of the Bronx, oftentimes missing invaluable class time because of the long distances traveled, missing key moments with their school friends. It means parents far from families and social supports. It means community-level stress that entire blocks and neighborhoods feel when their apartments are falling apart, when heating is insufficient, when there is mold and vermin everywhere, when they look at their paychecks and their bills at the end of a month and know full well they will not be able to make ends meet. And as we know, that manifestation of community-level stress is exacerbated by economic insecurity, food insecurity, poor health outcomes, and even violence in some communities. But it's not just the history of our nation that causes this reality. Today, low-income and working-class communities, communities of color across the country, are facing an unprecedented federal assault. The Trump administration threatens to put even more families on the street faster than ever before. And while our city and state have made strides and continue to work against the housing crisis, increasing investments to build and preserve, expanding traditional access to ownership, and increasing zoning capacity, we are falling short of meeting this moment. Today's hearing is about continuing the work toward a response to the housing crisis that centers and solves for these stories and experiences. What exactly do we mean by social housing? As we explore this topic today, it is important to share an understanding. Simply put, social housing is housing built for the public good, not as a product whose goal is simply to maximize profit. If we want to go deeper, and we should, the Alliance for Housing Justice offers some basic principles. Housing that is socially owned by public entities, nonprofit organizations, community land trusts, or residents themselves. In New York City, HDFCs, Mitchell-Lamas, public housing. Housing that is permanently affordable at deep levels of affordability, typically no more than 30%. Permanently decommodified, meaning that the housing is removed from the speculative market and is managed without the goal of turning a profit. Under community control, where residents in the broader neighborhood have some form of decision-making power through the democratic governance structures, anti-racist and equitable, with a goal of reversing a long history of harmful policymaking, including redlining, blockbusting, urban renewal, and planned shrinkage. Sustainable, so that social housing can be resilient in the midst of not only a housing crisis, but a climate crisis as well. High quality and affordable, built to meet the range of ages and abilities with robust maintenance to ensure a consistent state of good repair. and secure for tenants who are protected from landlord harassment and are able to live without fear of displacement. Promoting social housing in the U.S. is about shifting the housing paradigm, bringing a discussion on housing solutions that does not leave out the vast majority of New Yorkers who are feeling the most pain, centering on ownership, protecting and growing the middle class, stabilizing our most vulnerable. Today, as we hear from our colleagues at HPD and agencies, I urge us not to only celebrate the work that we've done at the agency, but to ask ourselves, what more can we do? What gap can this legislation fill, and how can it complement existing programs? I am excited to dive into each of these questions with you all today. Next, I'd like to turn to my colleagues who are having bills heard. Bills that together create containers for truly, deeply affordable housing in our city and community stability. Councilmember Ressler's Intro 78 would require the city to prioritize not-for-profit developers and community land trusts when disposing of city land for affordable housing. Councilmember Nurse's trio of bills, Intro 350, would require a study on the feasibility of establishing a social housing agency, and Intros 1006A and 1007A would define community land trusts for the provision of services in addition to housing that benefits the local community. Councilmember Rivera is sponsoring Intro 902, which would bring to New York a system modeled on the Community Opportunity to Purchase Act, as launched in other jurisdictions, which allows qualified entities a first opportunity to purchase certain residential buildings. Councilmember Brewer is sponsoring a pair of bills, Intro 570, which would establish the New York City Land Bank, and Intro 571 to establish a Wards Island Affordable Housing Task Force. We're also joined by Councilmember Christopher Marte, who is sponsoring Resolution 777, very lucky, calling upon the state legislature to pass legislation creating a public benefit corporation for the construction, acquisition, and rehabilitation of permanently affordable housing. Finally, the public advocate is sponsoring Reso 374, calling on the state legislature to pass legislation requiring certain building owners to make an offer of sale to building tenants before any sale offers to third parties, also known as the Tenant Opportunity to Purchase Act, or TOPA. In addition to our primary topic of social housing, the committee is taking this opportunity today to hear additional legislation, which agencies, don't worry, we're going to talk about first. Intro 1034, sponsored by Councilmember Julie Menon, would require notices in connection with eligibility for senior citizen and disability rent increase exemptions, otherwise known as SCREE and DREE. Intro 1281, sponsored by Councilmember Dinowitz, would delay the implementation of natural gas detector requirements to account for supply chain issues. And Intro 1296 by Councilmember Rivera, which would address an issue with capital funding eligibility by the City Canvas program, which allows for the installation of approved artwork on temporary protective structures. We thank the Department of Cultural Affairs for highlighting this issue during the preliminary budget hearing, and the staff from the Cultural Affairs, Libraries, and Intergov Committee. We are our teams, and here I close. And so I'd like to thank my teams. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank my teams at the district, Maria, Ben, Kim, Gerard, Carla, Paola, and Joenia. And I'd also like to thank the Housing and Buildings Committee staff, Senior Legislative Counsel Austin Malone, Senior Policy Analyst Jose Conde and Andrew Bourne, Policy Analyst Dirk Spencer, Finance Unit Head Jack Story, and Data Scientist Reese Hirota. We've also been joined by Public Advocate Jamani Williams. I now will call on my colleagues to speak on their bills before turning it over to the committee counsel to administer the oath. So first, Councilmember Ressler.
Great. Thank you so much, Chair Sanchez. I think I say it every hearing, but only because it's so true that that we as a city council and all New Yorkers are really fortunate to have you in this position and appreciate your exceptional leadership. Intro 78 is proudly co-sponsored by a healthy supermajority of council members, 31 council members. Maybe 34 is a supermajority, but it's a significant majority of council members. And we are fighting to ensure that public space is always used for the public good. You know, when I talk to my constituents about this bill, they're shocked that it doesn't already exist. They're shocked that there wouldn't be a incredibly high threshold that ensures that we are demonstrably achieving a public good every single time public property is redeveloped in our communities. I'm a big advocate for expanding housing supply, but we will never achieve the deeply affordable housing that we really need from private developers if we don't maximize those opportunities on public land. I can cite so many examples across my district, across all of our districts, where public sites have been redeveloped in the last 15 years and gone to for-profit developers with far too much market rate housing and far too much quote-unquote affordable housing that isn't actually affordable to working families. And I've been shocked to find that when we look back at the data from the Adams administration, from the de Blasio administration, a majority of the public sites that are redeveloped in New York City go to for-profit developers. That just doesn't make sense to me, especially when the record is clear that for-profit developers are building deeply affordable housing at half the rate that non-for-profit developers are. I understand from your testimony that HPD has questions about nonprofit capacity. I think that we are really missing an opportunity that we will never, ever get back. Every time we fail to properly redevelop publicly owned sites into 100% deeply affordable housing that our communities deserve. I am deeply committed to helping to push this legislation over the finish line, both the Public Land for Public Bill, Public Good Bill, Intro 78, and the whole CLA package. And I just want to commend Chair Sanchez, Councilmember Rivera, and all the people who are involved, and the advocates who've been pushing so hard, especially the New Economy Project and Controller Lander, for helping to center smart, achievable bills that will advance social housing and build the deeply affordable housing that our communities are clamoring for. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Ressler. Councilmember Rivera.
Thank you so much. Thank you to my colleagues. I want to thank Chair Sanchez for your leadership and for holding this important hearing. I want to thank the admin for your partnership over the years. It's really meant a lot to me, and of course to the advocates here who show up every single time and who have really been my guide over the last almost 2 decades in fighting to bring affordable, truly affordable housing to our city. I'm proud to be the sponsor of Intro 902, the Community Opportunity to Purchase Act, or COPA. COPA is designed to give certified nonprofits and land trusts with a mission of creating permanent affordable housing and a history of community engagement, the first opportunity at purchasing certain residential properties before they hit the open market. COPA would not only give these groups the first opportunity to purchase, it would also give them the ability to match any third-party offers. Our goal with COPA is to help community-first organizations build the housing that this city critically needs. And that's one major step towards easing New York's housing crisis. As half of New Yorkers do not earn enough to meet their basic needs, nearly 1/3 of renters spend more than half their income on rent, too many apartments are sitting vacant due to speculation and bad actors who profit from scarcity. We must collaborate on ideas and leverage every tool we can to tackle housing instability and displacement. COPA is modeled on existing policies in cities such as San Francisco and Washington, D.C. And while I'm fully aware this is New York City, born and raised proudly, I look forward to hearing from the Department of Housing Preservation and Development on how legislation like COPA can be implemented and how we can help build affordable and community-owned housing for all New Yorkers. I truly look forward to your comments and your credible concerns. Additionally, I have legislation being heard today that will expand capital eligibility for the City Canvas program. That's helping more city-owned buildings qualify to place art on long-term scaffolding and sidewalk sheds. We can always make room to support artists and to create a more beautiful and livable city. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Rivera. I'd like to acknowledge that we're also joined on Zoom by Councilmember Abreu, and I'd like to turn it over to Councilmember Nurse.
Thank you, Chair Sanchez. Thank you for putting together this hearing. As the chair mentioned, we are hearing 3 bills today of mine. Intro 1006 will empower agencies to work with CLTs that don't meet the current definition of CLTs that is limited to those with HPD regulatory agreements. The first community land trust, New Communities, Inc., was created by Black sharecroppers and rooted in agricultural production, economic self-determination, and housing. And in this tradition, this bill really just expands the definition of CLTs beyond just housing to meet various community needs, such as commercial and manufacturing, green space, or housing. Intro 1007A amends the existing definition of CLTs as it relates to HPD's regulatory agreements to strengthen their governance structures. As democratically governed entities, CLTs present a stark contrast to the landlord-tenant relationship. By codifying a more diverse and balanced board structure, this bill sets CLTs up for financial and operational success over the long term. And then lastly, Intro 350 requires the city to study the feasibility of creating a municipal social housing agency. Pending state legislation would create a statewide social housing authority, and city officials should scrutinize how a municipal social housing agency could supplement or branch off of a statewide social housing authority to meet our unique needs. We've heard this bill before in 2023. HPD, Ribney, and others testified that creating a land bank, a municipal social housing agency, or creating pathways for community ownership would just reduce efficiency, create silos, divert attention away and resources away from HPD. The growing demands for social housing. And I really empathize with this argument. We're not here to create redundant structures or departments. We don't want to clog up government machinery for sure. However, in the last 2 years since that hearing, we've just continue to have a lot of delays and inefficiencies. We've seen delayed contracts being signed, government dysfunction, fundamental misunderstandings of social housing models within government agencies that claim to do this themselves. For example, CLTs, perhaps you all can speak to this, but we don't know of a single community land trust that has gotten their contract in a timely manner. We're still fighting with MOCs and HPD for local CLT contracts that are 2-3 years late. So this is the difference between having staff, having no staff, between doing outreach and developing campaigns or not. And this isn't efficient by any stretch of the imagination. So just wanted to remind the agencies about the arguments they've made and just say that we reject them. So when it comes to creating and preserving social housing and ensuring groups recover timely government contracts, we just can't have an ad hoc approach. And we really need people who understand the models and their different needs, and we're here in good faith to have a conversation about it, and we hope we can come to some agreements on how to move forward. Thank you, Chair Sanchez.
Thank you so much, Chair, Councilmember Nurse, Chair of another committee.
Thank you, Chair Sanchez. Intro 570, as you mentioned, has to do with a land bank. And a land bank is a nonprofit created by the government designed to convert tax delinquent and vacant properties into affordable housing. A land bank is a mechanism to ensure permanent affordability. It maintains title to the land which nonprofit developers build instead of the city's strategy of selling tax delinquent or vacant properties to a developer in exchange for a developer setting aside a certain number of affordable units, not all of which are usually affordable, and land banks retain the title to the land so that developers can be accountable and negotiate for permanent affordability. Land banks exist in the state of New York in 31 different locations. The state, under Eric Schneiderman, put money toward it and passed state law enabling us to create a land bank. I know also that they can raise funds by issuing tax-exempt bonds, which offer lower interest rates than conventional bank loans. Many housing preservation developers have complained about the exorbitant cost of financing the rehab of neglected buildings. We have an aging building stock in need of rehab investments. Why would we want to lien sale? Perfect example. Use the land bank to create, via the lien sale, opportunities for permanent affordable housing. I have a building in my district. It's vacant. It's all ready to be sold. Perfect example. Why wouldn't the land bank help the city create, with a nonprofit, opportunity for hundreds of affordable units? In the past, on February 2-3, HPD testified against a land bank, saying, oh, we have everything we need. We don't need any new tools to create affordable housing. I'd like to know what those tools are when we have questions for the administration. Land bank exists around the country. During the bad pandemic, San Francisco used it to create SROs and now has much more affordable housing in that housing stock than we do. Land bank would be very, very helpful to our city. Number 2, Intro 571 Wards Island. This is my crazy idea. The idea is, I was around when Welfare Island was converted to Roosevelt Island by Ed Logue. And the fact of the matter is, Wards Island does have on it state facility for psychiatric patients. It has fire department. It has a wastewater processing tank, and it has 2 at least shelters. The question would be putting together state and city and a task force that would be sunsetted. What can the administration and us do to find space on Wards Island for affordable housing? It's the last place in the borough of Manhattan in particular where you could build affordable housing, and it should be affordable. Mitchell-Lama 2.0, for instance. Why not make an effort toward something out of the box, exciting, and actually providing housing for people? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Brewer. I'd now like to turn it over to Councilmember Marte.
Thank you, Chair Sanchez. We're here today because we're facing an affordability crisis. Housing gets more expensive each month, and whatever new housing does get built is often too expensive and displaces our communities. This is happening because our current approach to affordable housing does not work. We cannot continue to give tax breaks to private developers and rely on their goodwill to build true affordable housing. The Social Housing Development Authority, proposed by Assemblymember Emily Gallagher and Senator Cordell Clear, will bring New York back to its roots of directly investing in public affordable housing. As a self-financing public authority, the Social Housing Development Authority would not be focused on profit like a private developer, allowing it to build permanent, deeply affordable housing throughout our city and state, especially on public land. It will create tens of thousands of good-paying union jobs, increase our stock of carbon-neutral, energy-efficient buildings, and give tenants true representation in managing their homes. With the bill stalled in Albany, passing Resolution 777 would send the message that New York City wants and needs the Social Housing Development Authority. As a city council, this is our opportunity to push back on developer-driven housing plans and support true public affordable housing, like Mitchell-Lama and many co-ops throughout New York, are all proof that social housing works. We just need to invest in it. I look forward to passing Reso 777 to bring the Social Housing Development Authority one step closer to reality. And something my staff did not put, which is a joke I like to say, in the 90s and early 2000s, we used to dial 7 to get us to where we need to go. Let's vote for Reso 777 to put us on the right track. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Marte. I'd now like to call on Public Advocate Jamani Williams.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. As mentioned, my name is Jamani Williams, Public Advocate for the City of New York. Thanks again, Chair Sanchez and the members of the Committee on Housing and Buildings for holding this hearing today. There's been a lot of discussion in recent years about social housing, what it means, how it would look, how it could be funded, but despite the wealth of conversations, there is still no single defining vision for social housing. In New York City, proposals for social housing have centered around 3 main goals: insulating housing from market forces, promoting social equality, and enabling residents to exercise democratic control over their housing. The COVID-19 pandemic exacerbated the housing crisis in both New York City and state, leaving many unable to pay their rent and at risk of eviction. Property owners and other landlords seeking to turn a profit during the pandemic sold inhabited properties, leaving tenants in these buildings at higher risk of eviction and displacement, a risk further compounded by almost 5 years of uninterrupted rent hikes. Resolution 374 calls on the New York State Legislature to pass and the governor to sign legislation mandating that any owner intending to sell a multi-unit residential dwelling must first make a fairly appraised offer of sale to the tenants within the residence before making any sale offers to third parties. Tenants would then have an opportunity to sell their interest in a community, nonprofit, or community land trust that would then own and maintain the building. This would place these properties in the hands of those who have a vested interest in maintaining residents in their homes and will restore security and stability in their lives and tenants. By enacting this law, New York stands to boost home ownership, preserve affordable units, and further mitigate displacement amidst the housing and homelessness crisis. The resolution regarding the Tenant Opportunity to Purchase Act, also known as TOPA, however, is just one of the pieces of legislation being heard today, all aimed at building the underlying infrastructure for social housing programs. Councilmember Nurse's bills, Intro 1006 and Intro 1007 regarding community land trust, would define provisions of services for CLTs under the Charter. This would further permit city agencies to enter regulatory agreements with CLTs for use beyond housing, such as manufacturing and commercial uses for open spaces and gardening. The creation of public housing land bank, creation of public land bank, as proposed by Councilmember Brewer in Intro 570, would further facilitate the acquiring, warehousing, and transferring of real property, develop, rehabilitate, and preserve affordable housing. I hope to see the state move forward with Assembly 9088 and its accompanying Senate counterpart, Senate 8494, which will create a public benefit corporation for the construction, acquisition, and rehabilitation of permanently affordable housing. With the Federal Department of Housing and Urban Development understaffed and under-resourced, the coordination of the state and city efforts is most important than ever. Finally, I will be remiss in failing to mention that public housing, our Mitchell-Lama buildings and NYCHA facilities is social housing. We cannot ever lose sight of that. We must reinvest in NYCHA and ensure that our Mitchell-Lama buildings remain affordable, accessible, and livable. It's not enough to build new affordable housing. We must also preserve our existing affordable housing stock and ensure that New Yorkers can remain in their homes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Public Advocate. I'd now like to call on Councilmember Dinowitz to speak on his legislation.
Thank you, Chair Sanchez, for holding this hearing, for ensuring we address affordability in this city. Before I begin my opening remarks, I do want to echo the sentiments of the Public Advocate regarding NYCHA and Mitchell-Lama. It's not enough to build this type of housing. We need to have continued investment in developments like Mitchell-Lama housing to ensure that in these developments that were designed and built for affordability, that the residents aren't being priced out or aren't living in squalor, both of which are happening in my district. But today I'm here to talk about Intro 1281, a bill I introduced with Council Members Bottcher and Holden to protect New Yorkers from being penalized for a mandate they cannot meet. And this is pretty urgent legislation, and I urge its swift passage. What this bill does is it amends Local Law 157 of 2016, which requires natural gas detectors in residential buildings and hotels. This was a law passed in response to deadly gas explosions in 2015, including one at John F. Kennedy campus, where I worked, a school in my district, which seriously injured 3 workers. Now, these detectors certainly are vital for public safety, but right now, the law's mandate is impossible to meet. As I noted in a letter to the Department of Buildings signed by 17 of my colleagues, a product recall, ongoing supply chain issues, and the fact that only one manufacturer currently makes these detectors have created a bottleneck. Even customers who ordered months ago still have not received their devices. Despite this, DOB rules require compliance by May 1st of 2025. That means New Yorkers now face fines for failing to do something that simply cannot be done. As we work to ensure New York City remains safe and affordable, we must hold ourselves to smart, realistic standards, not punish residents for circumstances beyond their control. So Intro 1281 would postpone the installation deadline until 1 year after DOB confirms detectors are readily available and affordable, no earlier than January 1st, 2027. This is a straightforward, common sense fix. It ensures we uphold critical safety standards without unfairly burdening New Yorkers. And unless the council acts, residents, many of whom are doing everything right, will face fines for a mandate that is currently unachievable. This bill gives them a real chance to comply in good faith. So thank you again, Chair Sanchez, for the opportunity to speak on my bill today. And I thank Council Members Bottcher and Holden for their partnership. And I urge all of my colleagues to join us and co-sponsor Intro 1281. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Dinowitz. I will now turn it over to our committee counsel to administer the oath.
Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and to answer all councilmember questions honestly? Thank you. You may begin.
Good morning, Chair Sanchez and members of the New York City Council Committee on Housing and Buildings. My name is Lucy Jaffe, and I am the Deputy Commissioner for Policy and Strategy at the New York City Department of Housing, Preservation, and Development. I am joined by Stephen Erdman, the Assistant Commissioner of Home Ownership Opportunities and Preservation. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today about social housing. Though there is no single global definition of social housing, we think shared language is important. At its core, social housing is based on the foundation that everyone has a right to housing, including the most vulnerable. Social housing models typically focus on some combination of affordability, social equity or inclusivity, and resident representation. They reflect a broader focus beyond just building places to live, but on creating homes in communities where people can thrive. Similarly, HPD's mission is to promote quality and affordability in the city's housing and diversity and strength in the city's neighborhoods. We see the principles of social housing embedded in our mission and the work that we do every day. We are here today to discuss the ways that HPD enacts the principles of social housing through our work and our efforts to innovate over time to make New York City more affordable, equitable, and accessible. We see today as an opportunity to discuss whether and how certain additional tools or interventions would help improve our work in this area. As you all know, New York City is facing an unprecedented housing crisis. Our overall rental vacancy rate is shockingly low, according to the 2023 New York City Housing and Vacancy Survey, at just 1.41%, and is even more dire for the lowest cost homes. The statistic that keeps me up at night is the almost $1,500 gap between median rent and median asking rent. In practice, this means that the typical New Yorker who needs to leave their current home would be faced with an almost inconceivable and destabilizing monthly increase. We know that the members of this committee share our sense of urgency. Therefore, we must balance our focus on new approaches with the need to build and preserve as much affordable housing as we can with the resources that we have. While the principles of social housing guide much of HPD's work from neighborhood planning to rental assistance programs, we are going to focus today specifically on HPD's work to build and preserve affordable housing. First, affordability. HPD finances new construction and preservation requiring long-term or permanent affordability. To create new affordable housing, we work with a range of partners, nonprofits, including community land trusts, and for-profits, to identify properties that may be feasible to acquire and develop. As we all know, property in New York City is expensive to purchase. Acquisition, carrying, and pre-development costs can be prohibitively expensive. We have developed several pathways to minimize that burden when there is a viable path to affordable housing on a reasonable timeline. Nonprofits and MWBEs may receive assistance from the New York City Acquisition Loan Fund when acquiring property directly for affordable housing. Alternatively, Neighborhood Restore may acquire and hold certain property on an interim basis until it can be developed into affordable housing. In both cases, our partners typically form nonprofit Housing Development Fund corporations, HDFCs, established under the private housing finance law to provide affordable housing to serve as the legal ownership entities. The city, with the council's support, can then provide the HDFCs with property tax exemptions to help offset some of the reasonable carrying cost. Most other cities do not have these tools, but they have been central to HPD's ability to build and preserve affordable housing for decades. We are committed to continuing to innovate in this area, but we want to ensure that any new tools improve upon our existing resources, making our work more efficient and effective. HPD then provides different types of financial assistance or other incentives in exchange for long-term and permanent affordability restrictions. HPD has spent years refining and developing a robust set of tools for ensuring these restrictions remain in place for the foreseeable future. Affordability restrictions are memorialized through regulatory agreements that impose restrictions, as well as through the requirements that the owner either maintain or enter rental units into rent stabilization with the New York State Homes and Community Renewal. HPD has determined that these legally binding protections are the best way to ensure that these homes remain affordable. HPD also structures our below-market financing with deferred principal and interest payments due at the end of the term to create an incentive for the borrower to extend affordability. HPD's regulatory requirements and financing terms are consistent for all borrowers, whether for-profit or nonprofit. For example, a project on a community land trust has a CLT incorporated as an HDFC, and the CLT and borrower enter into a regulatory agreement with HPD, binding them to our affordability requirements. In transactions without a CLT, the owner is also typically an HDFC, and the parties also enter into a binding regulatory agreement. These program tools and structures allow the agency to work with a wide range of partners to achieve the same public benefit through our housing projects. While we seek out mission-driven partners with strong track records of performance, we do not rely on the goodwill or mission of the organizations with which we work to achieve our housing goals. We dictate the terms through binding legal agreements. 2, social equity and inclusivity. HPD leverages a variety of tools to promote mixed-income housing and further fair housing goals. HPD has been a leading voice on fair housing and are currently in the process of developing Where We Live 2025, our next comprehensive fair housing plan. Through Where We Live, we have been transparent about the challenges we continue to face in breaking down obstacles to housing choice and segregation. We aim to achieve greater social equity through the income diversity within our buildings, where we build, and the types of housing we finance. Through our term sheets, we aim to serve New Yorkers at a wide range of incomes in the buildings we finance, a hallmark of many social housing models. Most of our programs serve households earning between 30% and 100% of area median income. With additional support from our rental assistance programs, we are able to serve New Yorkers at even lower incomes than our programs otherwise require. Income diversity is both more inclusive and helps create long-term building-level financial stability. We also now prioritize building more affordable housing in limited affordability areas or parts of the city that lack low-cost housing, so that New Yorkers have the ability to decide where to live regardless of income. City of Yes will make it easier to build and preserve low-cost and affordable housing in neighborhoods that currently lack it. Mixed income housing in a wider range of neighborhoods across the city furthers our equity goals and allows us to achieve greater integration beyond what is available in market rate housing, and we've worked for years to bring down costs to make this work more efficient and effective. 3, resident representation. HP develops resilient communities through a combination of strong tenant protections and shared equity models that create capacity for community stewardship. Rent stabilization has long provided tenants with a critical set of legal rights, such as the right to certain services and repairs and the right to a lease renewal. These protections have helped many New Yorkers remain stably housed despite changing conditions around them. HPD also promotes resident representation through a variety of shared equity approaches, including support for CLTs. Currently, HPD has 1,200 units on CLT-owned land that have been financed or are in the pipeline. Through projects like the Real Edgemere CLT, HPD has worked with partners to develop a model of community-led ownership of 8 acres of city-owned land that will offer long-term affordability and support sustainable land stewardship. We are continuously collaborating through workshops and focus groups which allow us to gather valuable input as partners. HPD devotes significant staff and financial resources to supporting limited equity co-ops, Mitchell-Lamas, and financial new affordable homeownership opportunities through programs like Open Door and the Affordable Neighborhood Cooperative Program, often in partnership with the council. HPD provides financing and also ensures that these co-ops have the resources they need to hire co-op monitors who provide oversight, technical assistance, and financial management to support the co-op's long-term stability and longevity. Through these programs, the city is providing New Yorkers with the opportunity for economic stability and resiliency through affordable home ownership. HPD has also focused on strengthening the ecosystem of partners that can support our mission. HPD prioritizes mission-driven ownership and has worked to remove many of the obstacles that smaller, nonprofit, and minority and women-owned businesses, MWBEs, face in the affordable housing industry. Nonprofit and MWBEs have exclusive access to the New York City Acquisition Fund, mentioned above, to help secure sites, obtain bridge loans, and to help fund pre-development costs and technical assistance to navigate the development process and identify public sites. And RFPs for public sites require that nonprofits and MWBs make up at least 25% of the development team. We are always looking for ways to improve our work, including how to expand our social housing work. When we're evaluating new tools or approaches, we consider whether those new tools help us advance our mission, impact our ability to advance our pipeline, and will result in more effective and efficient use of public dollars. Regarding intro number 78, As discussed, we are focused on ensuring that nonprofits can also participate on HPD's affordable housing development projects. We have dedicated resources to removing obstacles they may face and toward growing their capacity. However, given the urgency of our work to build and preserve as much affordable housing as we can, our commitment to other mission-driven entities, including but not limited to small businesses and MWBEs, and that we have tools to ensure that the social housing benefits of our work across all types of partners, we believe that the risks of limiting our bench of potential affordable housing development partners and slowing down the production of affordable housing in our pipeline outweigh the benefits. The Law Department has also identified legal challenges with codifying this requirement into law that need to be further explored. Regarding intro number 350, we hope our testimony today sheds light on our commitment to shared housing and to working with the Council to identify the tools that can move our work forward. We do, however, believe that HPD is best positioned to continue this work. We also believe that a separate city agency engaged in the development and preservation of affordable housing risks duplicating and siloing work that is already central to HPD's mission and would be more costly and less efficient. Regarding Intro 570, HPD believes that we can certainly have existing tools and resources largely unique to New York City that allow us to acquire, hold, and dispose of land. While land banks can add an important new aspect to other cities' work, we believe that compared to our current approach, it could result in increased costs, delays, and a duplication of functions. We are happy to continue discussing gaps in our current tools that might be served by a land bank or other such tool so that we can focus on opportunities that make our current work more efficient and effective. Regarding Intro 902, we believe that a narrowly tailored Community Opportunity to Purchase Act would help ensure that responsible and competent owners have an opportunity to intervene when distressed buildings are put up for sale, stabilizing these properties and protecting against bad actors. Any such approach would have to be narrowly targeted and well-tailored for our housing market to minimize operational and administrative challenges for the agency and any prospective buyers and negative impacts on the housing market. Regarding intros number 1006A, 1007A, we appreciate the Council's intent to continue to support the growth of CLTs in our city by ensuring that our definition of CLTs enables non-housing uses. We support this goal, and in fact, some of our CLT housing projects include non-housing components, such as our CLT initiative in Edgemere. We are discussing non-housing related aspects of this bill with other city agencies. Regarding Intro 1007A, we would like to further discuss with you the goal of defining in statute a specific version of this structure. The Law Department is reviewing 1006A and 1007A to ensure that they are aligned with our shared goals for setting up CLTs to thrive, and we look forward to these continued discussions. Our work is strengthened through partnership with the Council, and we look forward to working together to refine our approaches to delivering social housing for New Yorkers in service of our shared goals. HPD is deeply committed to the vision of social housing and believes that through continued partnership with the Council and alignment on our shared goals, we can continue to expand and strengthen social housing that is equitable, integrated, community-controlled, and affordable for all New Yorkers. We look forward to our continued collaboration with the Council and all our partners in this critical work.
Good morning, Chair Sanchez and the members of the Committee on Housing and Buildings. My name is Jake Capistran, and I'm the Deputy Chief of Staff and Director of Legislative Affairs for the New York City Department of Finance. I'm here today to discuss Introduction 1034, sponsored by Councilmember Menon. Intro 1034 required the Department of Finance to notify eligible households of our senior citizen rent increase exemption and disabled citizen rent increase exemption, better known as our rent freeze programs. Additionally, there are notification requirements for renewal applications, removal applications, and third-party notices. Overall, the Department of Finance supports the intent of this proposed legislation in furtherance of our goals to notify and enroll as many eligible New Yorkers as possible. As we understand it, the most significant action contemplated in this legislation for our agency is the requirement for us to mail all eligible heads of households and landlords information on our rent freeze programs. Unfortunately, we do not have access to the necessary information to be able to identify eligible heads of households, and therefore we will not be able to meet this requirement. We can, however, provide rent freeze notices to landlords that have registered rent stabilized units. This would be a new notification for the agency and one we'd welcome. Lastly, we have an existing notification process for renewal, removal, and third-party notices for program participants. We strongly support efforts to increase participation, and we look forward to working through the legislative process with the Council on this proposal. I would like to thank you all for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Good morning, Chair Sanchez and members of the Committee on Housing and Buildings. I am Robert Howell, Executive Director for Code Development at the New York City Department of Buildings. I am pleased to testify before the committee regarding Intro 1281. Local Law 157 of 2016 required the department to adopt standards for the installation of natural gas alarms within 180 days of the establishment of an industry standard. Owners of certain residential buildings were mandated to install natural gas alarms on or before May 1st of the first year that commences following the department's adoption of the established industry standard. In 2024, the department adopted the applicable industry standard, NFPA 715, by promulgating Rules 1 RCNY 908-02 and 1 RCNY 3616-06. As such, the compliance date for installation of the required natural gas alarms was May 1st, 2025. Currently, there are various devices that meet the requirements established in code and rule. However, we have received feedback from the industry regarding potential compliance challenges. Limited availability of the preferred device, costs associated with procuring and installing the devices, and supply chain issues are a few of the challenges raised by industry. Intro 1281 seeks to extend the compliance deadline until such time that there is sufficient supply of preferred devices available, but no earlier than January 1st, 2027. The department does not object to extending the compliance deadline. Since the enactment of Local Law 157, other related laws have been implemented, such as Local Law 152 of 2016, which requires the periodic inspection of gas piping systems. The inspections required by Local Law 152 promote a safer environment by allowing for any issues with gas piping systems to be timely identified and addressed. While the department does not object to extending the compliance deadline, it does have concerns regarding the interconnection requirement and the required annual report related to market availability required by Intro 1281. Local Law 157 required the department to adopt the industry standard. The applicable industry standard, NFPA 715, includes provisions for power source and interconnection, among other things. Section 908.10.2 of the New York City Building Code, as written, requires compliance with requirements that are not applicable to the devices at issue. The requirements of Section 908.10.2 are written for distinctly different devices than what is required by Local Law 157. Therefore, the department suggests removing Section 908.10.2. The department looks forward to collaborating with Council to ensure that the technical requirements align with the industry standard for the subject devices. With regard to the annual report, market research and affordability of devices are outside the department's scope and expertise. Additionally, an owner's financial ability to purchase and install the required devices is dependent on multiple factors and may differ from owner to owner. As such, the department is not in the position to make such a determination. The department was tasked by Local Law 157 with adopting standards and establishing requirements for installation, given its role as the regulatory authority. However, understanding Council's goal of ensuring that compliance with the requirements of Local Law 157 is not unduly delayed, the department welcomes the opportunity to further engage with Council regarding alternative mechanisms for addressing the issue. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. I welcome any questions you may have.
DCLA is only submitting, not reading? Yeah. Okay, great. All right, thank you. That was the shortest introduction to any hearing that I've ever been to. So colleagues, I do have a stack, but we're gonna start with any questions on 1034, 1281, and 1296 so that Buildings and Finance can answer questions and then leave us to focus on social housing. Is that cool? So let me know if you have specific questions on them, on those three bills. So first, I'm going to ask a question on 1281 to Buildings, and this is coming from Councilmember Dinowitz, who is online. at this moment. So first, thank you. I'm going to put this, Councilmember Dinowitz, I'm putting on my best you impression, okay? Thank you for your feedback on the legislation and your general support of amending the compliance deadline. The first question is, have any fines gone out, and if so, how many? Second, without the implementation of this legislation, how much in fines would the Department of Buildings project would be imposed by the administration? And third, for fines already imposed, will there be a process for a refund?
So the requirements are largely in the Housing Maintenance Code, which would be enforced by HPD. So we have not issued any violations or fines related to local law.
Got it. And do you have any projections on how many properties would be subject to fines?
We have not done those projections yet. One of the complications with trying to put numbers to this is that it's not just at the building level, but it's actually at the dwelling and sleeping unit level. So it would be work to calculate the number of units affected and then how many buildings those are in.
Got it. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. That was Councilmember Dinowitz's question. Okay. For finance on 1034, does the city conduct outreach today to individuals who may be eligible for screen-and-dree and other tax exemptions? You mentioned not having contact information access or access to the list.
Yeah, so Councilor, the Department of Finance does a considerable amount of outreach, led by our Director of Outreach, Karen Mahoney. We do hundreds of events each year, anywhere from town halls to office hours with our council members. Councilmember Brewers does amazing screen-and-dree office hours.
You're fabulous.
And so we do hundreds of these events. We contact thousands of constituents. We also will assist with applications. We've done about 1,000 this year alone on behalf of constituents. So we really try to get out in each and every community and try to meet, eligible households where they're at. One of the most important things I think we do is train the trainer events. We'll meet with nonprofits, we'll meet with elected official offices, and we'll teach them about the eligibility criteria, about how to assist the constituents. So we really try to, with the best knowledge that we have, to get out into the communities and have proactive outreach.
Great, thank you. Any other colleagues have screen-and-dree questions? Councilmember Aviles.
Thank you. I was just curious, is there any space for creating a rule that would require the landlords, they're collecting rent on a monthly basis, they know where everyone is. I'd imagine they can reach out to every one of their tenants who could potentially qualify. Is there any way to require them to do that as well?
It's a great point, Councilmember, and that's being contemplated in 1034 is notifying the landlords. It's not a practice we have right now, but we do have the records of all the landlords that have rent stabilized units within their properties, and so that is something we're looking to explore through this legislation and with the council. We're providing those proactive notifications about eligible households so they can go to the tenants. They know the units in their building that are rent stabilized. We don't have access to information, but certainly the landlords do, and we're willing to adopt that practice.
Excellent. Thank you, Department of Buildings. Thank you, Department of Finance.
Oh, could I do one?
Oh, not thanked yet. Councilmember Ressler.
I just wanted to congratulate you, Jake, on the promotion, and thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you, Councilmember Ressler.
Thanks all. Okay. So, Councilmember Nurse. Yeah.
Sorry, I did have a question in my midst. Councilmember Brewer brought up the lien sale, and I just wanted to, while we had you here, I wanted to ask what role or what opposition you would have to a land bank playing a role in acquiring tax foreclosed properties to preserve them for affordable housing.
Ultimately, we would defer to HPD, who's offered testimony in that bill. I would say we ultimately defer to HPD.
You don't think that liens themselves could be banked within a land bank?
One thing we'd have to look at is the ownership of the ownership of the property. As I understand what a land bank is and how it's being contemplated, the ownership would have to be removed from the current owner. And as you know, Councilmember, when a tax lien is sold, it doesn't remove the ownership. So it's something that needs to be contemplated through this process.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for real this time, finance and buildings. Okay, so the stack is going to be first up Councilmember Nurse, then Ressler, then Brewer, then Rivera, and then I will turn to my questions. So Councilmember Nurse, you're up.
Sorry, I had to scroll. Just related to your response with intro 1006 and 1007, does HPD engage with CLTs that, I think you mentioned a little bit in your testimony, but does HPD engage with CLTs that do not have project plans for housing?
Thank you, Council Member. So we're really proud of the work that we're doing with our community land trust partners. If a CLT is working on a project that's non-housing, we're of course happy to advise our partner agencies on our experience working with CLTs, but we would not be involved in a project that doesn't have a housing component. But many of our housing projects do have non-residential components. And some of our projects with CLTs, like we mentioned in the testimony, our initiative in Edgemere has a significant non-housing component. So we do have some experience with that as well.
Okay, and there are, in your experience, been no limitations around those non-housing components in your agreements with them or in your workings with them?
We are bound, of course, by statutory limitations on the type of assistance we can provide. We are a housing agency, of course, but we're not currently familiar with limitations on the ability of CLTs to work on non-housing projects.
Okay, and then just in relationship to intro 1007, as you know, community land trusts traditionally, but not always, have a tripartite board structure. Does HPD require, just for the record, does HPD require a certain kind of governing structure in order for CLTs to be recognized as CLTs?
Yeah, this is a really good question, especially as so many CLTs are really starting to get off the ground in New York City. So we're very familiar with the tripartite structure that's used nationally for community land trusts. We do not require a strict tripartite structure, but we are interested in the spirit of the structure, and we are interested in seeing CLTs have resident representation on their boards. The only requirement, though, regarding board structure that we've issued more formally is that 20% of the board of a community land trust should have significant affordable housing experience. So the members of the board should have experience with operating affordable housing, developing affordable housing. And we talk about this requirement extensively in the workshops that we facilitate for community land trusts. Over the past year and a half, we've done about a dozen individualized workshops with CLTs. Each one is about 6 hours long over the course of a few days. And we talk about issues like this, like how does a CLT envision setting up its board? What does HPD want to see? Because we don't think that there's like a one box that all CLTs need to fit into, but there's a spirit that we want to try to comply with.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Nurse. Councilmember Ressler.
Great. Thank you so much. Appreciate you all being with us today. I know, I feel like we keep having the same conversations, but we don't seem to be making progress. So, has HPD conducted an analysis that compares the affordability of developments led by nonprofits versus for-profits versus joint ventures? We looked at analysis of public land dispositions from 2019 to 2023 that found nonprofit-led ventures developed more extremely low-income units than for-profits or joint ventures. Nearly 50% of nonprofit developed units were affordable at the extremely low-income levels, compared to 28%, so half as much, for for-profit developers, and about 40% for joint ventures. Do you have a similar analysis? Have you looked at this data?
We are optimistic that today will feel like the day where we do make progress on these topics.
Okay.
We would love to see the analysis that you're talking about. We have looked at this. We feel really confident that There is not sort of a difference in how we relate to our nonprofit versus any other partners. We provide for and require certain affordability levels in our term sheets. So by program participation, there may be differences, of course. And that may be something of what you're seeing, but we have seen very consistent responses between for-profit and nonprofit and any other type of partner within any program term, and don't see variation on the affordability levels.
I'm so sorry, Councilmember. I just want to acknowledge that they're walking away. We were joined by the student government from Lucero Elementary School. Hi, kids. Bye, kids. Back to you.
Sorry. Nice waves from the back. Oh, and hearts too. Okay. Sorry about that. I wasn't paying attention. We found that 40% of newly constructed affordable housing units completed last year were for middle income, I'd even say upper middle income households. A two-bedroom apartment that goes from between $4,000 and $5,800 a month, right? We're counting as affordable housing 165% AMIs that rent for $5,766. I don't know who thinks that a $5,766 apartment is affordable, but that person needs to have their head examined. But that is, of course, the policy of the city of New York, as egregious as it is. Only 18% of the units generated, half as much of these units that you're claiming are affordable housing and are totally unaffordable, and it's deeply, deeply offensive. Only 18% of those of the total units, half as few, to just over 2,000, were for extremely low-income families. So twice as much of the affordable housing is totally unaffordable and for very wealthy people, and half as many units are going to people that desperately need it and are unable to get by in New York City. Public land is the place where we should be creating the deeply affordable housing, right? There's no land cost to purchase it. We already own it. This is where we can achieve our deeply affordable housing goals in a meaningful way. And yet, we're continuing to give this property over to for-profit developers that are delivering less good outcomes for our communities. And so I'm just confused that you're saying that you're looking at data that's showing similar outcomes for-profit and nonprofits. We've looked at this data over the last 5 years. We looked at the data over the previous 5 years, fully under the de Blasio administration, and found the same exact thing, that for-profit developers are not generating the deeply affordable housing that our communities need. So do you have any data to share with us other than what you're seeing is similar across the board? Is there anything specific and substantive that you can share that can give me and anyone else in this room any confidence that we're actually maximizing opportunities on publicly owned land?
Thank you. That's a really great question. And I think there's a lot of points that we want to touch on. So we might share a response to that question. So the first point I think might be helpful to share is just some information about our work on public land since 2023. And so for the RFPs that we've issued since 2023, 100% of the selected teams included a nonprofit as part of the team. And this is in accordance with our equitable ownership policy that was rolled out a few years ago. And there have been teams that are 100% nonprofit, and then there's other teams that are joint ventures between nonprofits and for-profits. But the minimum of the requirement is that there's a 25% ownership stake by a nonprofit or an MWBE. So
nonprofit or MWBE.
That's correct, yes.
But you said that 100% of the properties that have been selected, redeveloped, that partnerships have been identified for redevelopment over the last 2 years have included a nonprofit partner with at least 25% stake? Or is it a nonprofit or an MWBE?
So 100% included a nonprofit, and all of the projects complied with the 25% requirement. We'd have to verify for specific projects what the breakdown might be between nonprofit, MWBE, and other for-profits.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I just wanted to then talk a little bit about the term sheets regarding your question. So, we've done a lot of work on revising our term sheets. We're in the process of publishing new term sheets. And so we've looked at project data for many of these term sheets to understand what drives costs and what kind of subsidy the city needs to provide to make our different programs function. And we know that the drivers of costs are acquisition price, their hard costs, which may be somewhat constant across certain types of projects. And then what really drives differences is the population that we're serving, the affordability of the project, and any other site-specific conditions, public approvals, non-residential space. So our term sheets don't differentiate between ownership type. And I think that's really important because that's the expectations that we have put out publicly regarding the subsidy that we provide projects. And then just the last point I'll make now, and I'm not sure if I've covered everything that you brought up, but even where we may have subsidized a unit at a higher AMI than ELI or very low, extremely low income, very low income, we do provide rental assistance subsidies to households so they can afford those units. So there's many more units that are being lived in by extremely low income households who are able to afford that rent because of the rental assistance that we've provided them.
Which, you know, we're big supporters of the expansion of city FEPs on the city council. It's been one of the primary priorities that we've had over these 4 years, and one in which we have fought tooth and nail against your administration, against the mayor every step of the way to expand access to vouchers for more families. And our chair has done an amazing job in leading on that with our speaker. But in publicly owned land that's redeveloped that should be truly affordable, we shouldn't need to be using our precious voucher resources, which are too few and far between, to make the housing affordable in those developments. That's totally bonkers, right? No, we're not supposed to choose the. So I have more questions, but there are people waiting, and I will see if there's an opportunity for a second round, if that's okay, Chair. Unless you want me to keep talking.
Well, I think we would. We do want to engage on
this.
this. We think this is a really important point. We have talked extensively about the ways in which we use HUD guidelines, which at times can feel very remote when we're sitting up here and talking about different data points. We have talked about the ways in which we attempt to maximize deeply affordable housing. We do that most and best on our publicly owned land and on our subsidized projects. We also, this is a social housing hearing, we are talking about here as well, one of the hallmarks of social housing is serving a wide range of incomes and projects, and we have experimented with ways that we serve sometimes higher income households to subsidize to get to also lower income households, and we also have a wide range of as-of-right tools, right? When that is loaded, or included into the same data, you are going to see some differences in how some of our work plays out. We do stand by the fact that we are working day in and day out to try to, as efficiently and effectively as possible, serve lower and lower income households. Sometimes that does require rental assistance, not just because New York City is incredibly expensive to build and we're trying to utilize the best resources that we always have, but as the chair is frequently asking us, yes, we are committed to serving households of every single income, and to be able to do that, we couple our resources together to try to maximize our impact. We are here in the spirit of wanting to talk about the ways that we can continuously do this better, but we have been working tirelessly to try to figure out how do we couple our resources to reach all of those goals.
Do you have figures that incorporate HPD's use of rental assistance to sort of report to us how much of HPD subsidized projects that use rental assistance are reaching which households, which income levels?
Yeah, there's a couple different categories in which that can happen, so we can come back with some more detailed figures on that. Sometimes we use rental assistance in the financing of the affordable housing, so some units, therefore, from the beginning are set aside for using project-based rental assistance. Many people apply through our lottery and have already been assigned rental assistance, so they'd be using a wide range of programs, often administered by another agency, and they're coming into our housing using rental assistance. So there's a couple different sources. Someone could be living in our housing and then have rental assistance, either Section 8 or local. So it's happening through a wide range of different channels, and we can follow up with data to sort of better understand each of those.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why so many for-profit companies are a part of development in New York City. It's because they're making a pretty penny. And when we're layering, as Councilmember Ressler is highlighting, as when we're layering in this rental assistance, it's like how much money are we putting in to make this unit affordable? Like, yes, finally we have reached a household that's earning $15,000 a year, but is the city of New York paying? How much are we paying for that affordability?
Yeah, and we try to be very mindful of it. We want to stretch these dollars as far as we can. We are really committed to building as much affordable housing as we can in as many neighborhoods as we can and reaching the New Yorkers who need it most and a wide range, because here in New York City there are a lot of New Yorkers who need it. So we're constantly looking at that and trying to use our resources as effectively as we can. It is an ongoing work that we're doing, and we want to keep talking about ways that we can be more efficient and effective as we go.
Yeah, and just to state out loud, I think we tried calculating this a couple of years ago, and we calculated that on average, the city, when you layer on all the different projects, just in terms of capital funding, we're subsidizing $300,000 to $400,000 per unit that then becomes affordable or maybe not so affordable for New Yorkers. When you layer on rental assistance on top of that, that's that figure that we want to understand, so we understand what taxpayers are paying, and how much we're getting in return.
I just want to make it clear, though, that we do have projections for the rental assistance income, and that factors into how we finance the project. So it's a really precious resource that is important. It helps us leverage other sources of funding when we look out over 15 years, over 30 years, how much rental income is coming in from those vouchers. So this is something that we're looking at very actively in any project that uses a project-based rental assistance source.
Okay, thank you. I'd now like to turn it over to Councilmember Brewer. And sorry, I need to acknowledge that we've been joined by Councilmember Felice.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that at least you said, we might work together on 571. In February 23, it was no. That's a big step in the right direction. I want to know, based on the lien sale, I think there was a passage of the lien sale. We know about the reauthorization, and it's supposed to identify alternatives to the current lien sale trust system, which is pretty opaque. So how could a land bank be used as a replacement for the lien trust? Would you consider this bank with appointments on the board to be a more transparent process to the current system? And then what is the current system that you say is working so well?
Thanks. So I think we're very interested in talking about land banks with you, and we have a lot of tools that we believe are accomplishing the goals of land banks, but we're not opposed to talking about how to improve those tools, but we want to be mindful of what the value add is of any additional tool and what the cost of those tools might be. So just speaking about some of the existing tools that we have that we've of course spoken with you about before, including the New York Acquisition Loan Fund, which provides some really valuable acquisition and pre-development financing to our nonprofits and MWBEs. The loan fund has helped finance the acquisition of over 16,000 units of affordable housing so far. And so in addition to the loan fund, we also have a nonprofit partner who really serves as a sort of land bank, which is Neighborhood Restore. And we also have other nonprofit partners who can serve in a similar fashion as well. So Neighborhood Restore forms nonprofit HDFCs that can hold title to property on an interim basis until that property can be redeveloped for affordable housing. And as an HDFC, we are, of course, able, in partnership with the council, to provide Article 11 tax exemptions, which will reduce the carrying costs for those properties. And then we also do have bond issuing availabilities to us. OMB is able to issue bonds. We have the Housing Development Corporation, which issues private activity bonds to support affordable housing development. So we have a lot of these existing tools, our tax exemptions, our nonprofit partners, the acquisition loan fund, our bond issuing abilities to accomplish a lot of the goals of a land bank. So we just want to be really careful about thinking about setting up another tool that would take an enormous amount of staff resources operating capacity in terms of what we would be getting with that investment.
Would it offer lower interest rates, perhaps, than some of the tools that you have suggested, some of which need banks, I assume?
Specifically on the interest rates, we have a lot of partners who offer favorable interest rates for our projects. CDFIs that we work with, the Housing Development Corporation that we work with. So there are a lot of very advantageous lending products that we use every day in our projects. If there's specific information that you'd like us to look at regarding the type of lending products land banks offer, we'd be happy to do so.
Have you looked at the 31 that already exist in the state of New York in terms of what they are or not doing? I know you said testimony-wise that, we have more tools than the other, I don't know, Kingston or elsewhere. But have you looked at any of the work that they're doing? Because it might be helpful.
Yes, we appreciate that, and we're constantly trying to talk with other jurisdictions, see what they have. We have not talked to all 31, but that is something that we're continuing to, we're interested in continuing to explore. I would say that we're not totally clear. We would like for the tax lien sale and any programs that the city is involved in to be increasingly transparent, and we are working on that. The tax lien sale results in the sale of the liens, but not necessarily the sale of the project.
No,
so I think we're not totally sure in thinking about the role that the land bank would play, how that would necessarily change the process compared to what might happen now. But again, if there's some gap that we're not understanding, happy to keep talking about that.
Okay, but I mean, on the lien sales example, I have a couple of brownstones. I don't know what happened to the owners that you would leave a $6 million brownstone and not pay the taxes, et cetera. But that would be a perfect example. I'd love to have a nonprofit take it over, land bank to no tax has been paid on it for years and years, have a nonprofit, land bank pay for it. Why wouldn't that make sense, for instance? Abandoned, could be affordable, nonprofit could do it, et cetera.
So I want to just make 2 points because it's a good question. So the first is that we always need to make sure that when we're working with our partners to acquire projects, that there's a viable path forward for an affordable housing long-term
I understand
path,
that.
right?
I've done that, so I understand that. Yeah.
Okay, so then the other, something I want to highlight is that we worked very hard with the council last year to pass a new lien sale legislation,
yeah.
and it created a new option for some low-income 1 to 3 family owner-occupants, where they can opt to have the city foreclose on their homes and transfer the homes to a qualified preservation purchaser. So we're excited to continue working with the Department of Finance and our community partners on rolling out this new option. But we see this and other tools that we have as certain ways that we can bring properties into the fold, and we just need to keep in mind about the additional cost of carrying property and staffing different options to augment those abilities.
I hear. I look forward. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. So those two, I'm not specifically familiar with those properties, but to the extent that there was an interested buyer and a preservation buyer, they could, with either sort of resources through the New York City Acquisition Fund, depending on who that buyer is, or using Neighborhood Restore, those properties could in fact be acquired. The whole goal from our perspective, when properties are acquired and ultimately going to be moved towards affordable housing, is not keeping them in that state longer than they need to be, because that can be very expensive. Stephen mentioned carrying costs, so that movement is something that we try to encourage through Neighborhood Restore, et cetera, and something that we'd want to make sure that a land bank isn't adding to that cost, because you don't want that property sitting there within the land bank.
I understand. All right, let's keep talking. And the other thing is, I don't think you have a position on this Ward's Island idea. Do you have a position on creating more affordable housing on vacant land in the borough of Manhattan?
So thank you for that question. The Department of Parks is not here, and so we ultimately defer to them. We are working to activate as many city-owned sites as we can for affordable housing. We've been doing that on a more of a citywide basis. So I think we want to make sure that sort of a site-specific study makes sense in this context, but we would ultimately defer that's their position, but we would defer to them for more details on that.
All right, thank you. I just, just going back quickly to the land, but Manhattan is a different place. I borough president now, very frustrated in the past as borough president and now, because you're constantly saying, let the market provide the affordable housing. MIH, light, type, et cetera, 1, 2, 3, whatever the hell the option is. But the issue is we are constantly not providing, and you say in your testimony, we want to be places where there isn't affordable housing. Guess what? Manhattan, transportation, all the opportunities for families, schools, and so on. Yet we're constantly not deepening it and not making it available. So that's, I don't think, with all due respect, not you specifically and not Ahmed specifically, but a little bit talking on both sides of your mouth. I got ABC site, I got the Windermere, I could go on and on. I got all the extra units that were provided during H&H for the asylum seekers, all sitting vacant. And we're not, they're all too expensive. Well, you know what? You got to find a way to do it. And, the land bank is one possibility. They're all vacant. They're all just sitting there. And yet we're not moving toward affordability in Manhattan. Do you have any answer to that?
I'm not totally sure the specific question, but I appreciate the sentiment.
Finding more tools to make affordable units in the borough of Manhattan. That's the question.
That is a top priority. We talk about this. We have not just Manhattan, but there are large parts of the city that sometimes it's because of cost, sometimes it's not, where we have not been able to build or preserve affordable
Manhattan
housing.
is cost. That's
It's
not, there's a will. It has nothing to do with will. It's cost. And we're always told, go to the Bronx because the dollar stretches further. We want it in Manhattan.
You're not going to hear that from us. This is a top priority. You will also hear, right, and I hope it doesn't sound like out of two sides of our mouths, and I don't want to rely on the fact that these things are tricky, and we're trying to figure them out. We want to keep working with you. I think you described your idea as outside the box and wacky. We're here for that. We just want to see what we can make work, because ultimately it does then come down to how are we using limited resources and stretching them, but that doesn't mean that there aren't certain policy priorities that we are really committed to advancing, and we're doing that.
And we always want to do more, but we have done a lot of preservation projects and other projects in Manhattan, and there are unique challenges in Manhattan and other very expensive areas of the city. So those challenges would remain for a land bank as well and other tools. There's a cost challenge that we have to grapple with and that we are grappling with as we try to increase our production in high-cost areas of the city.
Thank you. ABC site needs help. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Brewer. Councilmember Rivera.
Thank you. I think, I feel like Gail is getting to this idea that we so desperately want these tools in social housing. Maybe the definition is relative. I understand that. But what is it that we have to do? I mean, is it that city officials like HPD and other nonprofit partners, like we have to maybe convene a series of meetings with trusted nonprofit developers to better understand their challenges, and so we can actually create these interventions, these tools, these solutions to increase their capacity? They don't have the same capacity as for-profit developers. Clearly, they don't have the same access to capital, among other things. And so we're trying to be fair. We're trying to think of ideas or concepts that are going to assist in the creation of affordable housing. I've passed bills on tenant protections, on lead remediation, on trying to protect the tenant in their home itself. I've funded construction with AFI and barrier-free living, and then on the other side with someone like BFC. So we're really trying here to figure out how do we address the ongoing challenges that we're facing in creating affordable housing, and how do we further lift up the nonprofit developers as well as those community land trusts that exist and have really created models for the rest of the nation. So my questions are, given your concerns about the nexus of intervention timing and the risk of maybe harming smaller property owners, with something like COPA, what kinds of exemptions, thresholds, or supports do you think would strike the right balance?
Thank you for that question, but also for your points about engaging with nonprofits and partners in terms of understanding what it is they need, including in this moment. We at HPD have been trying to do a lot of that to better understand the challenges that folks are facing, particularly currently. And it is a really important thing to do when we're exploring new resources, new approaches, even ones that we are studying in other cities, because they can play out differently in different markets. As we alluded to, we think that when thinking about an intervention like COPA, that there's a couple different administrative and sort of policy type challenges that we're thinking through. We hear from other cities that when it is too broad in scope, that it can both be overwhelming for the city agency that is receiving all of these notices, but that also the prospective preservation buyers really can't do the due diligence and vetting that they need to do, such that they can't ever move forward and actually make a purchase. We heard one report of, a small preservation buyer getting notices of 50 different potential sales in 1 week, and there is no way that they can do that kind of vetting. And that kind of vetting is very important for this type of purchase. You really want to understand what you're getting involved in, what you're purchasing, and the acquisition price does need to be supportable, right? It needs to be the market price and supportable ultimately. And so from that sort of administrative or operational type perspective, also from a policy perspective, we think that when we look at the types of buildings where we most need to influence, right, who is ultimately going to be buying and owning, when the building is experiencing significant physical and financial distress, it would benefit from a responsible, competent owner with experience in doing this kind of work. And so that could really be the area, right, where you might see a benefit from slowing the market long enough that some qualified preservation purchasers can do the due diligence necessary to actually make that decision that this is a building to intervene in. We think that's to the benefit of the tenants. We think that's to the benefit of sort of all of the stakeholders that are involved. And because it's on sort of a smaller scale, not only can it be implemented, but you also sort of mitigate some of the potential unintended consequences that could come to the rest of the market, where no one is really going to be engaging in some of those purchases anyway, but slowing them down can have some negative side effects.
So you mentioned other cities. We were briefed by San Francisco advocates about COPA last year. They highlighted how COPA had helped create an ecosystem of real estate professionals, nonprofits, and preservation developers. So how does HPD see COPA creating an ecosystem of preservation in New York City? And then you mentioned capacity. So what guidance would HPD offer around refining the scope of eligible buildings, like size, ownership structure, or a level of existing regulatory oversight, to avoid unintended consequences while preserving meaningful reach? And if I could just, because I'm out of time, just add regarding, you mentioned agency delays, right? We know about your own capacity at HPD, and regarding HPD pipeline delays, what additional tools such as acquisition funds, bridge financing, or technical assistance would be needed to help community-based groups successfully move through the acquisition and preservation process? Thank you, Madam Chair.
We have a number of questions there. I'll start, and you'll see Stephen and I go back and forth. We also have been in touch with our colleagues in San Francisco over the years. DC, Chicago has a pilot in trying to understand what they're seeing and expecting. We think it would be reasonable from what we're hearing that they're doing, but also from their sort of reports on what's manageable, that typically you would see a couple transactions per year, and that this would, that is different in scale in different places, right, in impact. But in terms of HPD, or in terms of New York City's market, we think that that's probably what would happen here. As we talked about, COPA is a legal mechanism. It slows the market long enough for folks to make that decision, for an interested preservation buyer to come in, make the decision to get involved. We think that you mentioned our extensive pipeline. We try to dedicate our preservation resources most urgently to those buildings that are most in need. We would continue to do that, and think that may open up more opportunities, but that we would need to continue to target the buildings that are most in need of preservation intervention.
So I would just add a few things. You spoke about the ecosystem of partners that COPA helped facilitate in places like San Francisco. We're very fortunate that we have a strong affordable housing ecosystem in New York, with many different groups that we work with on an enormous number of transactions every year. We, of course, want to continue to foster that ecosystem, especially our nonprofit partners and MWBEs. And so we have a number of initiatives that are underway to do that, and we're always seeking to do more. But our Building and Land Use Approval Streamlining Task Force, or BLAST, was designed to try to make process improvements and code improvements to facilitate the development of affordable housing, to make it easier for our partners to move through the approvals process. I mentioned the Acquisition Loan Fund before. A few years ago, the policies were changed for the fund that it only provides loans to nonprofits and MWBEs. So we're really targeting those resources more directly to those types of groups. Last year, we also set up an MWBE guarantee facility in partnership with HDC. And this is intended to help address the financial capacity constraints of MWBEs and provide pre-development loans. And we closed last year on our first pre-development loan with an MWBE via that guarantee facility. So we're looking forward to seeing how that work continues to expand. And I also mentioned our CLT workshops, which I'm personally very proud of, and hope to continue to expand the work we do with our CLT partners. And then just in terms of where this work intersects with our pipeline and backlogs that have occurred over the last few years, we're also very proud of advancements we've made in increasing HPD staff capacity. We are really grateful for partnering with the council during City of Yes, which helped achieve a number of new staff lines in the Office of Development specifically, but also in other parts of the agency that support our housing development, like the Office of Legal Affairs. We more immediately set up a capacity accelerator to hire temporary employees to support our work immediately, as it takes time to hire permanent employees. And we've also launched a new program called the Community Partnerships for Affordable Renovation Program, which is a way for us to partner with our lending institutions to offload, partner lenders outside of the agency to offload a lot of the due diligence for certain types of projects that are good fits, so that they can move much more quickly through the process and we can start to clear out that backlog. So we're looking forward to seeing how all these new initiatives get off the ground, and then we'll of course evaluate where we are and see what else is needed moving forward.
We also didn't address timeline, which you raised. We think this is incredibly important for us to think through, talk to partners, talk to that ecosystem of stakeholders about, because there is going to be sort of a difficult balance, right? Making sure that we don't slow down the market so much that we have sort of unintended consequences, including raising costs, right? Ultimately, at its core, our work is about trying to lower the cost of housing. So if we are distorting the market and resulting in higher prices, that's not quite advancing our goals here. And there also would need to be enough time that these organizations actually could meaningfully vet and put together a package. So that's something that we do feel like we need to continue to talk to partners about. We've certainly started, but would welcome further conversations there.
Thank you, Councilmember Rivera. We do have quite a number of folks signed up for public testimony, so I do want to get to you all. So I'm going to limit my questions to a couple of buckets, and then we'll do a final round if any of my colleagues want to close out. So starting off, I'm going to pick up where Councilmember Rivera left off, and just to drive finer points on a few areas that you've already discussed. So Deputy Commissioner Jaffe, first of all, congratulations on the promotion. I'm a little late, but congratulations. So on Intro 902, you have said that 902 should be narrowly tailored to specific scenarios. So I'm gonna jump into some specific questions on what universe of buildings you have in mind that would be best served by COPA. So can you just talk a little bit about what size of building that you think should be here? Distressed buildings, or those in good physical and financial conditions? Are there specific geographic areas of the city? Do you think that there should be a focus on stronger or weaker markets in the city, higher or lower displacement risk areas?
Thank you for that question. We, as we talked about, recommend a focus on distress that can happen in various parts of the city. And on this point, I think we would be particularly cautious about codifying into statute geographic determinations, which can then very quickly become stale. And we see that in New York City maybe more than some other places. So, we think that there is some flexibility beyond that, but really focusing in on those buildings where we think it's important to influence the ultimate ownership is the biggest defining factor. And, the other pieces of that we could talk in more detail, but that's mainly where we've focused.
What do you mean by that, where we think it's important to influence the ultimate ownership?
Well, we think that there are a category of buildings that have experienced significant financial and physical distress, and clearly that has been a difficult situation for the tenants. There can be obviously owners in that situation who are seeking supports, but when they go to put it on the market, that's a moment where we're interested in ensuring that there's responsible ownership involved. And it can be a lot of work, as you all know and appreciate, to stabilize a building that has gotten to that level of distress. And that's not something that we have seen actually in our experience, that not all even developers are in a position to do well. So we would want to make sure that someone who's taking that on can be trusted to not only start the job, but really finish it. And so when we're talking about that level of distress, that's sort of how we think about it.
So just flagging, right, if we focus on financial and physical, on buildings that are in the greatest financial and physical distress, then we're talking about the most difficult buildings. You think that community organizations should, that COPA should focus on transferring ownership to community organizations for these universe of buildings?
Ultimately, yes. We think that it's important to target the right set of buildings, and we want to make sure that we have qualified partners from our perspective, that those partners could come from a wide range of backgrounds. But the most important defining feature would be that they are qualified and have experience doing this work, and that would best achieve the policy goals or outcomes, at least, that we see where this would bring some benefits.
And how would HPD support those groups?
Well, we do have a wide range of programs to support MWBEs, nonprofits in building their capacity, as do many of our partners. So to the extent that we're talking about those groups and support, absolutely. That's work that we're already doing and we remain committed to.
Thank you. Does HPD have data on sales of multifamily buildings that do not involve the city? Would this,
We do have data. We believe, for example, that the current scope of COPA as drafted would cover 90,000 buildings, about 2,500 sales per year. We are not involved on the front end in most private market transactions, but we do look and try to understand what's going on in the housing market, of course.
Thank you. Are there ways, are there interventions in which HPD could have better access to this kind of information? Are there requirements that you all have considered imposing? Reporting requirements?
I don't think we see the obstacle currently to the lack of knowledge. Typically, when there is, we're looking both for sort of a building that someone is interested in buying, and that's more often when we get involved. We have a very, as we've discussed here, a long pipeline of projects that people are interested in financing the development of affordable housing for. So we have not, we don't see necessarily a gap there, but certainly if any kind of legislation along the lines of COPA were to be enacted, one of the things we would have to figure out is how it could be operationalized without overwhelming HPD in notice requirements and sort of bogging down any of our systems, making us less efficient or able to react.
So if the agency was able to track multifamily sales, you're saying that it wouldn't influence your preservation strategy as it exists today?
I think just stepping back, we're not necessarily seeing that as the real barrier to this work. The barrier, there's a resource question and then there's a viability question. We want to make sure that the resources HPD has are being really effectively targeted to creating viable affordable housing projects. And we know that acquisitions are very expensive, and so I think that's part of where we're focusing on what is the barrier to these types of transactions happening.
Got it. Thank you. How many HPD projects per year are supported by the New York City Acquisition Fund, and how does HPD determine which projects receive assistance?
So I do have some information on the acquisition fund. We can follow up on an annual amount, but I do know that since the fund was created in 2006, it's supported over 100 projects, and it's loaned out over $780 million. And there's currently about $170 million that's outstanding. So that's out there right now supporting projects that are in pre-development or intended to be in pre-development. And so in total, that's 17,000 affordable housing units that have been supported by the acquisition fund. What's really crucial here is that the fund looks to HPD in many cases to get affirmation that the acquisition of a certain property can turn into a viable affordable housing project. So there is a lot of vetting that happens so that we don't have these precious acquisition resources going to purchase property that then languishes for many years and struggles to turn into affordable housing and has carrying costs that rack up that then divert resources away from buying the affordability that we all want as the outcome. So we're involved with the fund even though we don't directly manage it.
And the acquisition fund, these are grant funds or these are low interest loans?
The loan terms are very favorable, and typically the loans are repaid when the project achieves construction loan closing. And so that's the way the fund is able to recycle those resources to support more acquisitions. And we do evaluate from time to time, the future needs of the fund and assess, what moving forward does the fund need to continue to execute its mission.
Can you give a few examples of recent projects that have benefited from the fund? And what kind of developers?
I don't have handy some stats on specific projects, but the range of projects is pretty wide. It's really everything. We see low-income rental projects. There's supportive housing projects for formerly homeless households. There's even hotel conversions that have been supported by the loan fund, and we definitely would be happy to provide the council with specific examples of projects. But it may be projects that many of you are familiar with as well.
Got it. How might the acquisition fund make a COPA acquisition and redevelopment more financially feasible?
Well, the starting point is, we talked about this a little bit, COPA is a legal mechanism, right? It would fit into a larger ecosystem of various tools. Certainly, those purchases could happen without any HPD or public support. If they applied to the acquisition loan fund, they could receive assistance for some of that sort of range of costs that the New York City Acquisition Fund supports, which includes pre-development resources and other, below interest or below market loans to be able to make that work more feasible. So depending on who the purchaser is, they would be eligible for those resources.
Okay. Thank you. Following up on the earlier exchanges in relation to the tax lien sale, how many buildings currently qualify as distressed citywide?
In terms of the tax lien sale definition specifically, so as I believe you're aware, we're moving through the process for the tax lien sale. So there is obviously there is a starting point of a wide number of buildings that are eligible and receive notices, and there is a winnowing process as we try to make sure that folks are very aware of what's going on, and that there's sort of a funneling there. In terms of that eligibility, I'm not sure it maps on exactly here, but are you asking sort of the number of buildings that because that's the statutory distress definition, that's what you're looking at?
Yep.
Okay. Give us 1 second.
As we all know, the lien sale is also just happening now, and so we are definitely happy to follow up with our colleagues at DOF to provide a number of buildings that qualified for statutory distress. And we should be able to get that over to you.
Yeah, I think we brought numbers, but it might just be easier for us to follow up as this is, as Stephen noted, happening in real time.
1 second. What about, so the statutory definition and the lien sale apart, what about physically distressed?
We have varying definitions of physical distress in various programs that we have, so there is not sort of a one definition there. What we would want, if we were thinking about this in the context of an intervention like COPA, we would want to be thinking both how we set standards for physical and financial distress that borrow from some of these programs, but also serve to shrink that universe so that we're really looking at both a manageable and feasible number of transactions per year, and so that we're really getting at those high levels of distress. So that is going to be some intersection of those things in our current thinking about it, and we would welcome the opportunity to talk more with you all about the way to define that.
Got it. Do you have handy a number like how many properties, residential properties in the city of New York have more than 2, and I'm making up a reference point, but more than 2 B and C class violations per unit or anything like that? Anything we can sort of just use as a benchmark?
We did not come with that level of enforcement data, but we'd be more than happy to follow up. I know that my colleague, Deputy Commissioner Anne Marie Santiago, is always a religious testimony watcher, so she is watching us right now and asking someone to get us that data. We'll follow up.
Okay, thank you. In conversations around Intro 1063 that we've had with the agency, I've heard that the agency would like to limit the number of properties that are routed through the third-party transfer program, and the agency's position has been that the rest of the program should go through the lien sale so that there's a clear path for every building. So a question for you today is, if a rent-stabilized building with significant physical and financial problems is sent to the lien sale, is that a good policy outcome from your perspective?
Well, we, of course, do not want rent-stabilized buildings to be experiencing physical and financial distress, and that's part of why so many of our preservation programs are well-funded and available for existing affordable housing. And so we work with many owners of rent-stabilized buildings to provide capital loans to ensure that they've been stabilized. I'm not sure if that answers your question, but we would seek to, there's many interventions that we would seek to deploy to prevent a situation where buildings are in that, in those circumstances.
Right. To put a finer point on it, it is never the ideal policy outcome for a building to end up in a situation where they cannot pay their bills, their operating costs. You're always going to then have concerns. It is always preferable to us that that building seek to participate in one of our programs to get support before something ends up in that situation.
So, thank you. And so I guess the ultimate question is relating back to COPA, is how do you understand that COPA could work in parallel to different programs that the agency has, the proposed Intro 1063 that we're talking about a lot behind the scenes, to preserve distressed buildings without sending them to the tax lien sale?
Thank you for that question. It is, as we're talking about, sort of an ecosystem, right, of a number of ways that we may engage with a building that is experiencing some level of challenge, in the ideal sense where we're providing support, in the less ideal sense where they're experiencing enforcement. What's unique about COPA is that it is, I've used this term already, forgive me, but a legal mechanism which slows the market, but only when an owner moves to put that building up for sale voluntarily. So that action can dovetail, can happen among folks who are looking for support and looking to work with us, or those who are not and might be experiencing enforcement. So while there's a lot of potential sort of intersections in that universe of buildings, COPA sort of is a little bit unique in that it is only an intervention that is available when that owner goes to sell.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so next set of questions. In August 2024, the mayor issued Executive Order 43, which created the City Housing Activation Task Force. HPD sits on this task force, which is tasked with reviewing all land under the ownership and control of the city for housing development. Can you provide us an update on this task force? Who else serves on it? What types of sites are being considered for new housing? And is HPD advocating that these sites be designated for 100% affordable housing? Or does the agency have no position on whether future public sites will be 100% affordable? And sorry, is there a timeline for a public report?
Thank you for that question. The City Housing Activation Task Force, otherwise known as CHAT, is being led by the Deputy Mayor's Office for Housing, Economic Development, and Workforce. There are many city agencies represented there. That does include HPD. They are charged with looking at the, I'm told, over 13,000 properties that the city has control over. Many serve essential functions. It includes park areas, schools, police stations, fire departments, shops, lots of things that keep the cities up and running. CHAT has identified several dozen, quote, easy sites for further evaluation. And by the end of the year, they are anticipating that we'll be able to advance housing on sites that could generate thousands of homes. There have been some announcements of those sites. So Flushing Airport in Queens, with the Whitney Gansevoort in Manhattan, Coney West in Brooklyn, for all of my colleagues' benefit, 100 Gold in Manhattan, 395 Flatbush Avenue, and Hunters Point South. So these are all in varying stages of RFP lead up or announcement. Or even, I think it looks like a couple of them have already had their responses come due.
And what is the status of 100 Gold? You know, this is my favorite line, one of my favorite lines of question. What's the status of consideration there?
We also like talking about the prospect of 100 Gold being renovated into more usable space or high quality space that includes residential. So specifically there, EDC, as you may know, is leading the RFP process, and HPD is participating with them in that. RFP responses are due June 5th, so 2 days from now, actually.
Got it. Why EDC? Why not HPD?
It's coordination based on both a combination of resources and tools to try to move this as efficiently and effectively as possible, but it is a coordination and collaboration.
100% affordable, specific term sheets being considered?
I have to say I actually am not specifically involved, so I don't know the terms of that. It is, I believe, publicly available, but we will get back to you on the details.
Councilmember Brewer grumbles no, for the record. Okay, thank you. Just a couple more on this line. So in 2023, HPD reported 810 vacant tax lots under HPD's jurisdictions, with 2/3 already RFP'd. How many of these lots have successfully been developed since then? How long have these properties been RFP'd? How many vacant lots are currently under HPD's jurisdiction? Where are they located? And what is the average length of time that these properties have remained vacant?
Okay, so yes, since 2023, we have approximately 40 lots are under construction as individual projects or as scattered site cluster projects. And so since November 2024, there were 742 vacant lots citywide under HPD jurisdiction. So more than 75% are part of the existing RFP or RFQ pipeline, where we're planning future development for affordable housing. This will happen over a period of time. So there are different projects that are in different stages of the approval process. And just something that's important to note is that it's 742 lots, but that doesn't mean there will be 742 projects. Many lots may be combined into one project. So there's some lots that are held up as an entire project is being advanced through the RFP or RFQ process. The lots are citywide, but there's a lot in Brooklyn and Queens, and there's some that are part of larger planning processes. And there's both residential and there's some non-residential uses that we're planning, as always, through our RFP process for these lots to be developed.
Thank you. Okay. Well, that concludes my priority questions, because I do want to get to the folks that are patiently waiting. Colleagues, do you have any final questions?
Just very quickly, so the Wards Island, in order to get on the chat task force, how do you get on it?
I am not sure the process of getting on the task force, but I assure you.
Not on the task force. How do you get Wards Island?
Right, to get on the list, for the chat list. I'm not sure the mechanics of it, but we absolutely will talk to our colleagues about this and continue to talk to our colleagues at Parks.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, HPD, for your testimony today, and I look forward to hopefully making even more progress on these bills.
Thank you.
Okay, I will now open what I can do when the baby's not here, right? I will now open the hearing for public testimony. I remind members of the public that this is a formal government proceeding and that decorum shall be observed at all times. As such, members of the public shall remain silent at all times. The witness table is reserved for people who wish to testify. No video recording or photography is allowed from the witness table. Further, members of the public may not present audio or video recordings as testimony, but may submit transcripts of such recordings to the Sergeant at Arms for inclusion in the the hearing record. If you wish to speak at today's hearing, please fill out an appearance card with the Sergeant at Arms and wait to be recognized. When recognized, you will have 2 minutes to speak on today's hearing topic of social housing and the associated legislation, numbers 78, 350, 570, 902, 1006A, 1007A, 1034, 1281, 1296, Reso numbers 374 and 777. If you have a written statement or additional written testimony you wish to submit for the record, please provide a copy of that testimony to the Sergeant at Arms. You may also email written testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov within 72 hours of this hearing. Audio and video recordings will not be accepted. I will now call the first panel. Ha Young Jong of East New York CLT, Deborah Ack, Jacob Schneider, Shantanu Du, and Hannah Anushesh. You may begin when ready.
Thank you, council members. My name is Hayang, and I'm a member of East New York CLT. I'm here to urge your support for Intro 78, a bill that is not simply about the city's preference for real estate developers, but about the future of our public land. In the 1980s, the city used to have over 100,000 units of city-owned properties. Imagine if those properties had gone to community land trusts for permanently affordable housing, we would have never seen the housing crisis that we see today. Instead, HPD has given away public land to for-profit developers who constantly fail to serve our community needs. This approach has come at the expense of communities of color who can't afford housing built on our very public land. In the past decade, 1/3 of all affordable housing on public land has been concentrated in just 3 community districts: East New York, East Harlem, and Mott Haven. Why? Because these were the properties abandoned by slumlords in black and brown neighborhoods back in the 70s. The city took this land, let them sit vacant for decades, and now handed them to for-profit developers. I urge you to pass the Community Land Act now, and thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, Chair Sanchez and committee members, for the opportunity to testify in support of proposed legislation to advance community land trusts. I am Jacob Kendall Schneider of the East New York Community Land Trust, which works to prevent real estate speculation and displacement in East New York and Brownsville through community organizing, providing permanently affordable housing on community-controlled land. We are also members of Nicely and lead the Abolish the New York City Tax Lien Sale Coalition. We know that when land and housing are permanently affordable and under community control, communities thrive. This is why we are urging the City Council to pass the three proposals under consideration today that are part of the Community Land Act. The Community Land Act also calls to permanently abolish the tax lien sale and replace it with an equitable system, which could be accomplished through a land bank. The lien sale is an especially pernicious example of state-sponsored real estate speculation. Through the lien sale, the city encourages predatory dispossession of homeowner and tenant wealth that rewards Wall Street investors while abdicating its duty to perform a core function of city administration, the collection of city debt. The lien sale has been especially devastating for East New York. From 2017 through 2019, East New York had the second highest share and number of liens sold and was fourth in 2021. This year, East New York has held the dubious position of having the second greatest number of residential properties, representing thousands of units, eligible for the lien sale at each of the 4 notice periods. In addition, East New York has held the top spot of all community districts in the rate of hazardous HPD violations, so B and C, per residential unit, with, it's astonishing, 7.7 hazardous violations per unit at the 10-day notice period. While homeowners risk losing their homes and the wealth tied up in it, tenants pay rent to live in substandard conditions while their landlords don't pay their taxes or take care of their properties. The city must permanently end the tax lien sale and its sponsorship of private profit on the backs of Black and Brown communities. In our forthcoming written testimony, we'll also provide additional information about our support for the Land Act and our support for the Land Bank and Social Housing Development Authority proposals. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Hannah Anouche, and I'm the campaigns director for the East New York Community Land Trust. Myself, along with many community leaders, founded the East New York Community Land Trust in 2020 at the height of the COVID pandemic to combat displacement. In just 5 years, we've built out a powerful member-led organization with a disciplined democratic structure. Not only that, but we founded the citywide Abolish the Lien Sale Coalition to replace the lien sale with a more just municipal debt collection system that Jacob spoke about. I just want to thank Councilmember Brewer for sponsoring the Land Bank bill. We really agree that it's a critical piece of the solution to replace the lien sale. Also, I want to mention that we've organized residents in the Jewel Streets, also known as the Hole, an extremely flood-prone area of East New York without connection to city sewer, and launched a neighborhood resilient planning effort with Councilmember Banks, HPD, DEP, and DOT. Now we need to make sure that the 17-acre city-controlled site in the Jewel Streets is brought under community control. And so we thank Councilmember Ressler and this whole committee for pushing forward the Public Land for Public Good bill. And we urge the council to pass the bill. We really need that swath of land that's actually on higher ground. It's the only area on higher ground to become a resilience hub with emergency resources, deeply affordable housing, and much needed commercial space. And finally, my colleague Shantanu is going to talk more about this, but we made history as the first CLT in New York City history to acquire a multifamily building from a private landlord who had never even been to the building, so that the tenants who had been organizing for years could become co-op shareholders. So we urge you to pass COPA to make it so much easier for organized tenants and CLTs to take control of their buildings. And so I just want to say, we also did all this with only $98,000 a year from the city council, and for a long time with only 1 full-time staff. And now, thankfully, we have 2 more staff members. But we really need this legislation and funding to advance our movement. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah.
Good afternoon, Chair Sanchez and committee members. Thanks for the opportunity to testify in support of the proposed legislation to advance community land trust. My name is Shantanu Du, and I'm a project manager at East New York Community Land Trust. I'm currently, as Hannah mentioned, working on stewarding and managing the CLT's first property, 248 Arlington Avenue, through a rehab under HPD's Preservation Loan Program. The project will bring long overdue major repairs and major systemic upgrades to the building and eventually convert it to a limited equity HDFC co-op, ensuring that the tenants can remain in their homes and community and preserving permanent affordability through a future 99-year ground lease with East New York CLT. As Hannah mentioned, 248 Arlington is historic in that it was the first time in New York City that a CLT has privately purchased a building, and it was only possible due to the incredible work of the tenants. Many of these folks have lived in the building for decades, have raised multiple generations of their family there. They've organized for years with previous landlords to fight for basic repairs and ultimately to take over their building. Tenants spent a lot of hard time and energy organizing for the takeover, meeting for months with the CLT, even before I was here, with, again, as Hannah mentioned, it was only just Hannah, basically. With the CLT helping just steward the efforts. They believed in the power of collective action and the fact that housing is a human right, not a commodity. It was this persistence that made the takeover possible, and now they'll get to own their homes. No matter the result, there's no denying that the work for 248 Arlington was and is difficult and taxing, but also deeply necessary because it's what the tenants wanted and deserved. We hope that this is the hardest a tenant takeover ever needs to be. The only way to make that a reality is by passing the Community Land Act, which, as everyone has mentioned, includes 3 proposals: public land for public good, COPA, and a resolution for supporting TOPA in Albany. Especially when it comes to replicating tenant takeovers like 248 Arlington, passing COPA and supporting TOPA is absolutely essential. So, passing this is a critical step in fighting back against the predatory real estate on, all the tenants and city land. So, thank you.
Thank you so much. I'd like to thank you so much for your tireless advocacy on the Land Act, Community Land Act. I'd now like to call the next panel, Rauna Zamal from Chaya, Jessica Balgobin, Will Spizak, Roberta Gratz, and I'm so sorry for any mispronunciation, Simeon Bancroft, and Paula Siegel. And you may begin when ready. Turn on your mic. Yep.
Thank you, Chair Sanchez and members of the committee. My name is Ranak Samal, and I'm the Communications and Neighborhood Development Associate at Chaya CDC, where we support in building the power, housing stability, and economic well-being of South Asian and Indo-Caribbean communities in New York City. I was born and raised in Jackson Heights, Queens, and my neighborhood is beginning to change rapidly. 2-family homes are being replaced with luxury apartment buildings. Small businesses that have served our communities for generations are shutting down and being replaced by big box stores. What's being built isn't for us. It's not affordable, it's not community driven, and it's pushing working class families, cultural spaces, and long-standing local businesses to the edge. One example I wanted to mention is Hot Bazaar, a restaurant and grocery store at 3711 73rd Street in Jackson Heights that was a staple for the Bangladeshi community. My family went there my whole life, and after more than 20 years as a cornerstone for our community, it had recently closed due to rising rents. It was a cultural anchor, a communal space, and a taste of home for countless members of my community. Its closure is part of a larger pattern. The few community spaces we do have are only here if they can survive the next rent spike. Intro 78, Public Land for Public Good, would help shift that reality by ensuring city-owned land is used to create permanently affordable spaces for local businesses and cultural institutions that serve, reflect, and stay in our communities. That's why we need the Community Land Act. Intro 78 and Intro 902 would give our communities a fair shot at keeping our homes, our neighborhoods, and our businesses affordable permanently. They would give residents the power to create something lasting, rooted in community needs. Our communities deserve more than survival. We deserve a say in what our neighborhoods become. Please pass Intro 78, Intro 902, and Resolution 374. Thank you.
I am Roberta Brandeis-Gratz, and it's a pleasure to be here today. I'm here on behalf of the Campaign for a Livable City. We are a new initiative advocating for a balanced approach to planning and development that promotes responsible new development and ensures neighborhood continuity and access to essential resources like schools, parks, and small businesses. I've written 6 books about cities across America covering what works and what doesn't. We want to enthusiastically support the Land Bank, the Land Trust, and the Affordable Housing Task Force proposals. Unknown to most people, we are actually losing more affordable housing than we are building new. In this climate, land banks could be particularly useful in stabilizing neighborhoods, preventing land from being developed that disrupts a balanced community, and more. Land trusts are particularly useful when there is property to be disposed of that would be disruptive if sold on the open market. And in an affordable housing task force on Ward's Island would help avoid squandering a fresh opportunity for needed affordable housing when more excessive high-priced housing would result instead. Furthermore, mandating the large apartment complexes first be offered to the tenants would avoid the further loss of affordable housing opportunity as was with the sale of Stuyvesant Town and Peter Cooper Village to BlackRock. It is little recognized today how much public equity is buying up housing in New York City and across the country and helping create the affordable housing crisis. Finally, creating a public benefit corporation to build, acquire, or rehabilitate permanently affordable housing is yet a commendable tool for a toolbox address our affordable housing crisis. Please address the loss of stable existing affordable housing being torn down to build new, expensive housing out of reach to middle-income families. Thank you.
Thank you. Dear Councilmember Sanchez and members of the Housing and Buildings Committee, my name is Jessica Balgobin, and I am the Community Initiatives Manager at Chaya Community Development Corporation, where we work to build the power, housing stability, and economic well-being of Indo-Caribbean and South Asian communities across New York City. As a Guyanese American born and raised in South Ozone Park and a constituent of Councilmember and Speaker Adrienne Adams, I'm asking you to pass the Community Opportunity to Purchase Act, Public Land for Public Good, and the resolution supporting the Tenant Opportunity to Purchase Act, 3 urgently needed bills that provide pathways to combat displacement of Black and Brown New Yorkers and take property off the speculative market. My neighbors and I do not have a say in what is built in our neighborhood. South Ozone Park and the neighboring Richmond Hill are deeply anchored communities built by working-class immigrants, but we see a deep lack in access to things like affordable housing, public gathering spaces, community gardens, and locally supported businesses that adequately address the needs of our community. Storefronts become vacant and turn into smoke shops, and I count over 5 that have popped up while traveling just 5 minutes on my local bus. The communities in South Ozone Park and Richmond Hill struggle with issues of domestic violence and alcoholism and other mental health conditions, and our people are left with no choice to commute out of the neighborhood and frequently out of the borough to access support and safety, relying on transit that's also deeply inaccessible. Public Land for Public Good and COPA would absolutely make a positive difference, allowing my neighbors to create safe, local healing spaces, bolstering the deeply impactful work that already happens in my frequently forgotten section of South Queens. Please pass Intro 78, Intro 902, and Resolution 374 to give New Yorkers a real chance to build meaningful power in our communities. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, council members. Thank you so much for holding this milestone hearing on social housing. My name is Will Spizak. I'm a senior policy strategist with New Economy Project. We are also co-founders and facilitators of the New York City Community Land Initiative, the citywide coalition of CLTs that have been working to decommodify housing and land for the benefit of communities across the city. We're here to urge this committee and the council to pass the Community Land Act, namely Public Land for Public Good, COPA, and the TOPA resolution, as well as to express our support for the Land Bank bill. These bills will address root causes of New York's affordability crisis, combat displacement, and build lasting community wealth in low-income Black and Brown neighborhoods. This is not our first time here. We did have a hearing back in 2023, and we're excited to say that since then, we're seeing progress, and we've been extremely busy. We've built a mass movement. We have over 150 organizations endorsing the Community Land Act today. A Data for Progress poll found that 2/3 of New York voters support the Community Land Act. We have dozens of CLT projects in the pipeline. And we have hundreds of tenants that have reached out to our coalition expressing their desire to see a community takeover of their building or direct tenant takeover of their building and to bring it under community control. So these are very popular ideas that we're excited to see move forward. Just a few notes on some of the bills. Public Land for Public Good, we're extremely excited to see it move forward. We wanted to emphasize that one way to improve the bill would be to make explicit the joint venture options available to nonprofits. And we wanted to just mention that Public Land for Public Good would not slow down the process of developing land. HPD already goes through a rigorous RFP process. All they would have to do is identify nonprofits and put them at the top of the list. And if they don't qualify, they don't qualify. You move on to the next one. And just to mention about COPA, we're really excited to hear HPD's openness and excitement about COPA policy. We just want to stress that limiting it only to distressed properties would be very difficult for nonprofits and COTs that want to make sure that we're preventing rent-stabilized buildings and other properties from becoming distressed. We need to not just address the crisis in front of us, but prevent the next one. So we're happy to continue having these conversations about how to make COPA viable and strong enough for New York City.
Thank you. Thank you for all your work on this.
Good afternoon, council members. I'm Simeon Bankoff with the Campaign for a Livable City, which Roberta Gratz has mentioned earlier. We're a new initiative, and we are incredibly pleased to support the important initiatives being discussed today. These bills are a remarkable effort to bring much-needed aid to the communities throughout the city suffering from the current affordable housing crisis. We especially support those bills which empower community members to have a stronger voice in determining their future within their existing neighborhoods through the creation and strengthening of community land trusts and banks, as well as encouraging appropriate community-oriented development for all. All too often in the past, the city has looked to private real estate industry to solve the social ill of housing scarcity. While private industry is a powerful player in our city and must be engaged with when envisioning our city's future, the primary focus of industry is profit, not meeting social needs. This omnibus of proposed bills goes some distance to addressing these very real needs by creating and empowering new tools dedicated to creating and preserving affordable housing. Currently, city housing policy seems to be based on getting whatever's left over from market rate development. New Yorkers need more than leftovers and scraps. This initiative is a worthy attempt to flip the script and actually menu plan for the actual affordable housing New Yorkers require and deserve. We need more of this.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Council members, thank you so much for holding this hearing. My name is Paula Siegel. I am speaking today as Senior Staff Attorney in the Equitable Neighborhoods practice of Take Root Justice. As you know, Take Root works with grassroots groups, neighborhood organizations, and community coalitions to help make sure that people of color, immigrants, and other low-income residents who've built our city are not pushed out in the name of progress. We are a member of the New York City Community Land Initiative and counsel to many of the grassroots community land trust groups that make up that initiative. We are also a member of the Abolish the Tax Lien Sale Coalition. As you heard earlier, the coalition advocates for the full abolition of the New York City lien sale, which is being held as we speak, and its replacement with systems that preserve homeowners and tenants' ability to stay in their homes, promote racial equity, and support community land trusts. I want to respond to a couple of things I heard in the exchange this morning. I'm really heartened that we are having this holistic hearing where we're talking about COPA, we're talking about a universal TOPA that I think we're all ready to go to Albany and fight for. We're talking about a land bank for New York City that will fill gaps that we're seeing with the existing agencies, and I'm really excited that we're having a single conversation about that. I was a little bit distressed to hear that HPD seemed to consider the Community Opportunity to Purchase Act a tool for them, right? When they say, oh, we want this limited to distressed properties, what they're really saying is, we want this limited to properties where we're gonna be really involved in bringing these buildings back online. Well, it's really nice of them to be really involved, but my projects where HPD is really involved move extremely slowly. I just recently received a signed certificate for the approval of the creation of a Housing Development Fund Corporation a year and a half after we submitted the initial application, but also 2 weeks after it was signed and dated by the commissioner. So I don't know why, but I'm very fearful of a COPA program that is one that is entirely in HPD's purview, and instead I want to encourage this to be a legal requirement. The community opportunity to purchase any property that is occupied that meets the criteria, the same way that if a charity sells its property, it needs to show that it got approval from the Attorney General's office If a landlord wants to sell their building, they need to show that they provided a community opportunity to purchase.
Thank you so much. I want to thank all of you for your advocacy on this issue. We're going to take just a 2-minute recess. 5 minutes is more realistic. Yes, after Councilmember Brewer asks her question, so don't leave. But let me just give a heads up to the next panel. It's going to be Renelle Bradley, Will Depot, Sheena Benjamin, Cameron Clark, and Rachel Coyle. Councilmember Brewer?
Thank you very much. For Will Spilzak, the land bank has many functions. Can you discuss just a few of them and how they can support affordable housing as well as the other aspects, and how they would benefit with and work with CLT? And do you think there are ways that they should be changed even from what we proposed?
Yeah, thank you for the question. We've been working with, as nicely as the coalition on this land bank issue since it was Brad Lander's bill. So we've had many iterations of the bill to work on. Land banks are really useful tools, and HBD is correct to say that New York City has a number of tools at its disposal. But we've been really honed in on this issue of the lien sale because right now we have this really opaque system where this completely unaccountable lien sale trust buys liens from the city. And then, it goes to these private debt collectors, these investors that then can add on more interest and fees, and the city loses its leverage over those properties. A land bank could be a publicly accountable intermediary that can hold those liens and actually, use its leverage to hold landlords accountable, to help homeowners get out of financial distress, which DOF, for some reason, doesn't do. They do have payment plans, but they don't have case managers, for instance, which a land bank can do. So there's a lot of ways that land bank can fit into that ecosystem in a way that doesn't replicate things that the city already does and provides new options. And then, of course, the changes that we had proposed to your office to strengthen the bill makes the board much more publicly accountable and transparent, which is really important. Opens up the land bank to doing more than just housing. There are so many needs. There's neighborhoods that don't have access to affordable produce. A community group could work with a land bank to develop a grocery store, for instance, in a neighborhood, or a community center, or commercial space. So there are so many ways that we can leverage the power of that entity into benefiting New Yorkers far and wide. And by prioritizing CLTs as a key partner, we think we would be able to do that in a way that preserves permanent affordability in the long term.
Thank you. I think you're dismissed.
Sergeants, I'm ready to resume.
Shh, keep it on, please. Quiet, please. Have your seat. We are going to resume. Please have your seat. Guys, please, excuse me. Excuse me. Shh, may I have your attention? May I have your attention, please? Please keep it down in the chambers. Thank you.
So again, that's Renelle Bradley, Will Depot, Sheena Benjamin, Cameron Clark, and Rachel Coyle. And you may begin when ready. Please turn on your microphone. Good afternoon.
Excuse me, sorry about that. Good afternoon, Councilwoman Sanchez and all the rest of the members of the council board. My name is Renette Bradley. I'm a resident of Cypress Hills, Brooklyn. I'm a tenant, a Section 8 tenant at that. I'm a member of the Hope Tenant Union, as well as part of Housing Justice for All Coalition, and I'm also one of the 19 authors of the Green Social Housing Bill, and I am part of the House the Future campaign for social housing. I'm here to speak on social housing. Public housing has not built housing and has not built affordable housing since 1970, and we need affordable housing to be built. There has been programs that have not lasted, and there have been housing said that they are affordable, but they are not deeply affordable. With social housing, our vision of social housing will be deeply affordable, decommodified, and will be very green, and will be places for children to play. It's not only are we looking to build housing, we are looking to preserve the housing that we already have. And in order to preserve that housing, we have to build new housing for real affordable in our neighborhoods. We're seeing housing built up in our neighborhoods that we can't live in. We hear HPD say they building housing, but we don't see HPD building anything for us. They're building for the rich and the 1%, but what about us? We're being pushed out our neighborhoods.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
Good afternoon, Committee Chair, Committee on Housing and Buildings. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm Cameron Clark. I'm an organizer representing We Act for Environmental Justice, speaking in favor of community opportunity to purchase, tenant opportunity to purchase, and public land for public good. If you're familiar, We Act is a membership organization headquartered in Harlem, and for the past 30 years has served all of northern Manhattan. The communities that we serve are majority Black, brown, or low income, and lack the parks, gardens, grocery stores, community centers, etc. that we need and deserve in order to thrive, even as we are being pushed out by speculation and gentrification. But every time we would call for more affordable housing and community-centered development, we would hear the same things. There's no room to build in Harlem, it's too dense, the land is already built up, Harlem is full. Well, that actually didn't sound right to our members. So last year, we actually spent every day walking past abandoned buildings and empty lots that seemed like they were begging to be redeveloped by one of our 3 uptown community land trusts. So we actually decided to test that claim. So with our members, last year we walked every single block of northern Manhattan, tracking vacant lots, abandoned buildings, parking lots, community gardens, all viable properties for transfer to a CLT. In total, we found 392 vacant lots, 20% of which were city-owned, 238 abandoned and deteriorating buildings, 284 parking lots. That's nearly 10 million square feet of underdeveloped land. That's enough space for more than 150 football fields, or if you think in terms of northern Manhattan, that's 3,000 brownstones. That's a long way from no room to build. This isn't an issue of space to develop. This is truly a policy choice where we've created a landscape where developers can get land from the city for pennies on the dollar and sit on it or trade it back and forth amongst themselves until the neighborhood is gentrified so much that they can build a luxury tower that no one from the actual community is able to afford to live in. So that's why we need to actually change this system and put communities first, which is why we need the City Council to pass the Community Land Act, including public land for public good, community opportunity to purchase, and tenant opportunity to purchase. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you, Councilmember Sanchez and members of the Housing and Building Committee. My name is Rachel Coyle. I am a member and organizer with We Act for Environmental Justice and also a coalition organizer at the Climate Justice Coalition New York Renews. I am submitting testimony in favor of COPA, Intro 902, Public Land for Public Good, Intro 78, and the resolution supporting the Tenant Opportunity to Purchase Act, Resolution 374. 3 bills urgently needed that provide pathways to take property off of the speculative market, combat displacement of Black and Brown New Yorkers, and ensure community-led development. I live in central Harlem as well, and my neighborhood has fewer and fewer local businesses. While I see constantly new corporations coming in, developing the neighborhood that displace local Black and Brown people and build unaffordable housing to make a profit. I work at a restaurant down the street from me, and we're fighting hard to stay open. It's Black-led and immigrant-led, and even though we provide one of the few community spaces in the neighborhood, not just to eat, but to host writing groups, book clubs, virtual workers, local musicians, and local art exhibitions, rising costs are struggling to kick us out of the neighborhood. This also happened to the community garden next to me as well, where a luxury apartment building took over half of their plot. My neighbors, coworkers, friends, and I do not have a say on what is built in our neighborhood. And in the summer of 2024, I was also a part of the community-led land survey where we identified 881 total lots in Uptown Manhattan that are buildings fallen into disrepair, parking lots, and many other types of land that Cameron mentioned that can be utilized for affordable housing for these community centers and to support local businesses so we don't have to close and we don't have to struggle like the restaurant that I work at. We, the community, demand the opportunity to decide how land in our community is used. I know my neighborhood would like more affordable housing and more green spaces to deal with rising temperatures and the increased impacts of asthma due to pollution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Sanchez and members of the Housing and Buildings Committee for holding this hearing on the bills and resolutions related to social housing. My name is Will Deepu, and I'm a senior campaign organizer at ANHD. As you may know, ANHD is one of the city's leading policy advocacy, technical assistance, and capacity building orgs, with a membership of over 80 neighborhood-based and citywide nonprofits that have affordable housing and/or equitable economic development as a central component of their mission. As we continue to face an affordable housing and homelessness crisis, we must commit to building and preserving affordable housing for those who most need it. ANHD members, which some are mission-driven nonprofit developers and community development corporations, CDCs, have always provided housing services and organizing support in low and moderate income, primarily BIPOC communities, and are rooted in addressing community needs, not economic gain, and ensuring that housing remains permanently affordable and community controlled. Many of the bills being heard today would provide these critical tools to fight speculation, develop more equitably, and transfer distressed buildings to trusted stewards. And in those, ANHD strongly supports Intro 78. City-owned land should be transferred to trusted community stewards such as mission-driven nonprofit developers and CLTs to ensure that public land serves the public good. Intro 350, ANHD supports Intro 350, which would require the HPD in collaboration with other city agencies to conduct a feasibility study on developing social housing agency. ANHD supports 570, Intro 570, which would establish the land bank that would be tasked with acquiring warehousing and transferring property for affordable housing. And ANHD supports Intro 902, the Community Opportunity to Purchase Act, COPA, and the mission of ensuring that community-focused, mission-driven nonprofit developers and CLTs have the first opportunity to purchase apartment buildings. And lastly, we support passing Resolution 374, which supports the state-led tenant opportunity to purchase legislation. Thank you again for having this important hearing, and we must ensure that we keep New York equitable, affordable for those that most deserve it.
Thank you. Thank you so much to this panel. The next panel is Matthew Shore of Mott Haven, Port Morris Community Land Stewards, South Bronx Unite, Elizabeth Thompson, Adam Blazej, Jorge Paula, Jack Sia, and Melanie Reyes. You may begin when ready. There we go. Good afternoon, Chair Sanchez and community members. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify in support of the proposed legislation to advance community land trusts. My name is Jack Shaw. I'm a housing attorney and community organizer, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Chinatown CLT, which is also a member of Nicely. We urge the committee and the City Council to pass the Community Land Act, a package of urgently needed policies to bring land and housing into permanently affordable community control. The housing crisis is dire. Chinatown is shrinking. We have one of the lowest rates of homeownership in the entire city at only 15%, and our tenants are often living in dangerous and overcrowded conditions. Much of the housing in Chinatown is made up of old tenement buildings that haven't been updated in decades. Many members of our community are immigrants, seniors, families, small business owners, and we're at constant risk of displacement. Many struggle with English and fear interacting with complicated court and social services systems. And on a personal note, like I said, I'm a lawyer and I cannot afford to live in the neighborhood that my family is from when market rents are now $3,000 to $5,000. CLTs, owned and operated by the people, are an important tool for creating sustainable communities and intergenerational wealth by making the land and housing permanently affordable. Our CLT is actively trying to acquire land to combat some of the housing and neighborhood problems, and the Community Land Act can help. For example, despite multiple homeless shelters being proposed and built in our communities, when our own neighbors lose their homes to fires, they might get uprooted to any shelter in this whole city. The Chinatown CLT is now in discussions with local organizations on finding property to use as emergency housing and affordable housing so that displaced community members can stay near their jobs and loved ones when they try to rebuild their lives after fires, which have been more and more common in our aging housing stock. We know our issues best and demand the opportunity to decide how land in our community is used. And if all these more serious matters don't convince you, don't worry, I'm almost done. I also want to remind you that Chinatown is City Hall's neighbor and probably responsible for feeding generations of underpaid public servants. My dad was once a food delivery worker for our family's restaurant, which delivered cheap and delicious food to workers in and around City Hall. And when I got my first job out of college as a public servant, my office was nearby, and I think many of you and your staffers can relate. I relied heavily on Chinatown for affordable and healthy meals. Please support our communities as we have long supported you. I strongly urge the New York City Council to enact Intro 902, Intro 78, and Resolution 374. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, Chair Sanchez and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today to talk about the Community Land Act and the way it can advance community land trusts. My name is Melanie Reyes. I work at We Stay Nos Quedamos in the Melrose community in the Bronx. which operates a community land trust that centers resident leadership and long-term affordability. We are working collaboratively with tenants to improve their living conditions, address issues, and ensure they have a voice in decisions affecting their homes. Through structures like our advisory committee, residents are directly involved in shaping how their building is owned and operated. And we are also members of Nicely, a coalition that you're hearing from today. To truly combat the affordability crisis, displacement, and homelessness, the city must bring land and housing into permanently affordable community control. And so we urge the City Council to pass the Community Land Act, which includes the Public Land for Public Good, COPA, and a resolution supporting TOPA in Albany. The Community Land Act also calls to permanently abolish the NYC tax lien sale and replace it with an equitable system, which could be accomplished through the creation of a land bank. Together, these policies would protect and maximize city land and subsidies for public benefit, level the playing field for nonprofits and CLTs to meet community needs. One priority bill in the CLA is the Tenant Opportunity to Purchase Act, which would give tenants a meaningful seat at the table when their building is up for sale by allowing them to assign their purchasing rights to a nonprofit or community land act. At Nos Quedamos, we're strengthening tenant voice and collective governance through our advisory committee, so residents have real input. TOPA would expand this model citywide, ensuring that tenants have power in decisions about their housing and that buildings remain permanently affordable and community controlled. So we ask for your support. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Thompson. I'm from the Bronx. I believe before I got sick, we was fighting for this. And now I'm well, and I'm ready to fight for this again. I don't think the people should be waiting for so long before all this act intro 902, 78, 374, it should be passed today. This is too long. People need housing. And when we go and say we need housing and we tell them our income, they say, oh, you're making too much. $40,000 to $50,000 is not enough. The Bronx is terrible when it comes to housing. Y'all have to help us do something for us. And to pass these intro would help us out a lot. I don't get any subsidized. Nobody helps me but my pension. I work for the city, and I think it's time for all of these to be passed now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Liz.
Bronx in the house. Good afternoon, Chair Sanchez and committee members. Thanks for the opportunity to testify.
Sorry, I think your mic is off.
Oh. Good afternoon, Chair Sanchez and committee members. Thanks for the opportunity to testify in support of legislation to advance community land trust. I'm Matthew Shore from the Bronx and an organizer with the Mott Haven Port Morris Community Land Stewards, a CLT founded in 2015 by South Bronx residents to permanently steward land for public use, ensuring community control and self-determination. In 2023, we reclaimed the long vacant Lincoln Recovery Center in Mott Haven, which will reopen in 2 years as the Heart Center, a hub for holistic health, education, and arts, and a neighborhood lacking community spaces. We're also working to activate our peninsula's inaccessible waterfront by creating green spaces that mitigate asthma, pollution, and flooding. We're proud members of Nicely and co-organized its Green Space Equity Committee, a group of CLTs and nonprofits that briefed the council in January about the holistic benefits of Intro 78 and how it could scale up affordable housing CLTs and green space CLTs, community space CLTs, etc. We urge passage of the Community Land Act, which includes public land for public good, COPA, a resolution supporting TOPA up in Albany, and the permanent abolition of the New York City tax lien sale, replacing it with an equitable system, potentially through a land bank as mentioned today. These anti-displacement and equity-centered policies would help CLTs and nonprofits deliver more deeply affordable housing, commercial, and community spaces. Nearly half of New Yorkers live in environmental justice areas, 67% live in historically redlined neighborhoods. To undo environmental racism and top-down planning, we must be empowered to shape and steward public land. With Intro 78, CLTs like ours are better positioned to create the healthy green spaces our neighborhoods need, critical in areas like the South Bronx, where 1 in 5 children have asthma. Please see my written testimony for more information about why this legislative package is critical for the South Bronx. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jorge Paula. My background is architecture. It's my first time here, first time speaking in public like this. But I want to bring to attention something very important. He mentioned asthma. I'm suffering asthma now because of mold in my unit for over 28 years and leaks that continue today despite the times that I've been in court, and I'm in court right now on trial. I work from the World Trade Center to airports, train stations, schools, all kinds of infrastructures for every New Yorker. And I cannot understand how, as we serve our country, our city, our people, we can have at least a decent home. I now have a child and a family. And these are the cracks. These are the cracks in the ceiling of my unit. Total, measuring the cracks there's 214 feet of cracks. People will say, those are just simply hairline cracks. They're not hairline cracks. There are cracks here in my bedroom that go along this wall and this wall that are going to cause a collapse like this one if nothing happens. We have all kinds of inspections happening in our city, and there are things that are visible and obvious, and there are things that are not so obvious. When we take care of doing all the cosmetics all the time, we are concealing what's happening in the structure inside. And so there are things that are visible and simple like this, all the cracks in the back of the building that the DOB and HPD can do, but there are so many other things that happen inside of our buildings that only tenants know. I know how the building moves. I know how our floor goes ups and down in certain areas, how we have to nail back the nails when the building moves and shifts, how our doors get jammed and we get entrapped, and all those kind of things. When HPD goes to our homes and the inspectors come, they can't see anything. They can't report all those things. Doesn't matter how many times we say. I don't sleep well. I'm here on 3 hours of sleep, and I've been like this for over 2 years, thinking that if the building falls, how do I grab my 6-year-old daughter, my wife, and our dog to run out of the building to stay alive? Is this what I pay rent for? I stopped paying rent 2 years ago. I'm on trial right now. If I don't pay whatever the judge says that I need to pay at the end, and I don't have the money, I end up homeless. This is what we are working. I was born on this earth like everybody else. And by birth alone, we are all shareholders of this earth. We are all dust, and we're all returning to the earth someday. No one takes anything. Money is ink on paper. And everything I hear most of the time is a talk about the Monopoly game. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, and I'd love to follow up with you about your property where you live, if that's okay. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Adam Blasey. I am a tenant and a member with Jorge of the Upper Manhattan Tenants Union. We are a tenant-led group committed to organizing tenant associations in our buildings from Harlem to Inwood in order to counter the violence of our landlords. In 2020, my wife and I, with our then 2-year-old son, moved into a rent-stabilized apartment in a building that happened to be owned by a notorious private equity landlord. From the beginning, we experienced infestations, days of no heat and hot water, lead paint, elevator not working, all the things that tenants are familiar with. And we reached out to our neighbors in our building, learned we all shared similar experiences, many tenants for several years with fighting the landlord. So we formed a tenant association, taking what collective responsibility we could to improve our living conditions. We had some success as a tenant association, but we knew that our landlord was more powerful than us, owning over 100 buildings across the city. And we also knew that the landlord, Sugar Hill Capital Partners, had been named the #1 worst landlord in the city for violations and evictions. And so we reached out to tenants of a couple of dozen or other buildings from Harlem to Inwood, and we talked about our experiences, we shared strategies, and we formed a union of sorts to put pressure on the owner. And in part because of that, because of public pressure and financial pressure, and also help of some city officials, we were able to begin to bring Sugar Hill Capital Partners to the negotiating table and begin negotiating with them, because we were told in the process of looking to sell their buildings. And long story short, that ultimately went nowhere, in part because we didn't have the legislative tools necessary to really effectively exert the leverage we needed to influence the sale of our buildings. And so what ended up happening was they sold a bunch of our buildings to another owner who, by all tenants' accounts, is surprisingly even worse. And so, we want to stop that now. We want to have some influence over the sale of our buildings, because, part of what we've seen since the passage of 2019 tenant protection laws, owners are just going on like a capital strike. We can withhold our rent, but they can withhold a bunch of their resources from our buildings and make us suffer because they're crying about these laws that, they claim are putting them in the red. But, so we need to see some action. So we come in support of TOPA and COPA in particular. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks to all for your testimony. Ms. Liz, I will see you tonight at the Kingsbridge Armory hearing, where we are talking about community ownership, and I'm very excited about that. And I also just wanted to highlight for you, Jorge, and I'm sorry, I forget your name. Adam. I wanted to highlight for you that in addition to the Community Land Act, Intro 1063 is trying to bring back a version of the third-party transfer program that would go after just your kind of landlord, right? The worst of the worst, with buildings in deteriorating conditions, wrestle that control from them through a municipal foreclosure, and then turn it over to responsible ownership, whether it's the tenants or mission-driven organizations. So I look forward to talking more with you about that, just so that we can continue on the momentum to move all of these pieces of legislation forward and stabilize more properties in the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next panel is going to consist of John Krinsky, Ariel Hirsch, Pia Palomino, Sylvia Morse, Oksana Miranova, and Valerio Orselli.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Sanchez, and thanks very much for holding this hearing. My name is John Krinsky. I'm a professor at City College of New York, where I lead the Community Change Studies program, which introduces students to community organizing around the city and also hosts fellowships for housing organizers and leaders. This has been a long road. I first became aware of community land trusts in 1992 when Cooper Square was organizing in the Lower East Side the first community land trust in the city, and it still provides deeply affordable housing to residents in an otherwise very gentrified area. In 2010, I started working with Picture the Homeless, a homeless activist group that, among other things, and I was reminded of this by Cameron's testimony, surveyed a third of the city and found enough vacant property at the time to house almost 200,000 people. And it was out of that work that interest in community land trusts, especially in neighborhoods where there was a large production of homelessness, that were also facing gentrification threats and also had a lot of vacant property. And so we got together, we did some studies together, and found other people around the city interested and founded together the New York City Community Land Initiative, and I'm a founding board member of that. So the Community Land Act came out of nicely and came out of our thinking, what could we possibly do? What are the legislative things that we need to see in order for deeply affordable, community-controlled housing to become a reality? And we're in a historic moment right now. The City Council is interested in this in ways that it hadn't been. HPD is showing more openness to it than ever before. And with the changes that are going to come to City Council, with the changes that are going to come to the administration, now is the time that we really, really need to pass this. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sorry, 1 second. Honorable Chair Sanchez, members of the committee, thank you for holding today's hearing and for the opportunity to testify. My name is Ariel Hirsch, and I'm the Director of Policy and New Projects at UHAB. For 50 years, UHAB has empowered low and moderate income residents to take control of their housing and become homeowners in the buildings where they already live. We really appreciate the Council's initiative in holding this hearing today and proposing this package of bills to advance social housing. We're supportive of the Community Land Trust Act. We're also a member of NICELY, and we'd really like to use some of our testimony to talk about COPA. But before we do that, we also want to make sure that we're using this prescient conversation around social housing to uplift and focus on the preservation of New York City's existing social housing stock, including limited equity cooperatives like HDFCs and Mitchell Lamas, a stable block of affordable homeownership for 25,000 households across 1,200 buildings in New York City. And for the last 30 years, folks have stewarded their buildings through deferred maintenance, fiscal uncertainty, and maintained their buildings and their homes despite too little investment from this city. HDFC co-ops need a renewed property tax abatement, easier access to low-cost loans for energy upgrades and capital needs, and assistance complying with local laws, including Local Law 97. Now to the COPA part. We're really excited to hear about HPD's openness to a COPA program. We think that COPA needs some of those edits that I know are pending and have been proposed around making that right of first refusal and the right of first offer really strong to make this a complete piece of legislation. And we agree that COPA is best as a broad citywide right, not specific to specific neighborhoods. Things change too quickly. And for the same reason, it's also most powerful when it covers as many buildings and as many tenants as possible, not just the most distressed buildings. We've been talking for a long time about this larger universe of preservation strategies that build pathways to tenant and community control. COPA can't do this all. TPT, Intro 1063 can't do this all. We need sort of an all and above approach. I do want to respond to a couple points of testimony if I have a second. We expect that the vast majority of buildings that go through COPA will perhaps not actually exercise their right, and then a smaller bundle will use that point of sale as additional leverage to win repairs and other tenant organizing wins, and a smaller portion of that will actually pair with a nonprofit preservation purchaser or CLT and work to take over their homes, and an even smaller proportion than that will succeed in doing so. And an even smaller proportion of the ones that succeed will work with alternative ownership models like CLTs and HDFC co-ops. As much as I wish that was the whole piece of the pie, we heard about this 90,000 universe of sales that are eligible earlier today, and it's highly unlikely that that whole 90,000 will move forward in exercising a COPA purchase And so this question around disrupting and extending the market, I think, is not entirely as represented, and really want to find both a program that's workable and feasible, that the agency can execute, and also matches where there's tenant organizing and interest and movement from this whole community of advocates here. I also want to say, as a preservation purchaser and nonprofit developer and sponsor who's worked on these type of purchases, also with a lot of HPD programs, that we need time in COPA. Those edits are so important because we need time to do due diligence. There's like a 10-week minimum timeline to do things like an IPNA, physical needs assessment, engineering assessments, appraisal, compiling a rent roll, etc. These are the things that we're talking about, in addition to tenants getting organized and being able to exercise their right when we're talking about the nitty-gritty of what goes into that timeline of the bill. And so just want to emphasize how important that is for all pieces of the folks who are working on this. Again, we're really excited to hear about that support for a COPA framework and want to continue to engage on specific details of the program. We'll submit longer written testimony. Thanks. Sorry I went over.
No problem. We have a lot of folks on queue, but thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Chair Sanchez and the Committee on Housing and Buildings for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Pia Isabella Palomino. I am a community organizer with the East New York Coalition for Community Advancement, an organization dedicated to fighting against gentrification and the erosion of affordable housing in East New York. Our neighborhood has historically been a working class community, but in recent years, rapid gentrification has rapidly risen up rents, pushed out long-term residents, and threaten the very fabric of the community. As a community organizer, I see firsthand how market forces driven by investors and speculators exploit our community's vulnerabilities. Long-term residents constantly express their fears of being pushed out, unable to afford the rising rents, or losing their home due to predatory practices. Homeowners are harassed daily to sell their property for cash in order to quickly resell these homes for corporate profit. These toxic home flipping practices are what we must fight against in order to preserve affordable housing and homeownership opportunities for our community. I strongly urge City Council to pass the Community Land Act, which includes 3 proposals being discussed today: Public Land for Public Good, COPA, and a resolution supporting TOPA in Albany, an important package of policies needed to reclaim land and housing for the people who have built and sustained East New York and similar communities over generations. These proposals are essential to curb speculation, stabilize our neighborhoods, and protect affordability and accessibility for all residents. The Community Land Act will allow communities like East New York to take land off the speculative market and ensure it is used for public good. In our neighborhood, we see the devastating effects of market-driven gentrification, and this includes longtime residents being priced out, small businesses forced to close, and vital community spaces disappearing. Finally, though not on the agenda for today, we also urge City Council to pass Resolution 683, introduced by Councilmember Sandy Nurse in December 2024, in order to support state legislation to tax home flipping that is driving up prices for New York City's scarce affordable homes and neighborhoods. We thank the committee and for prioritizing these policies and recognizing that community-led solutions are essential to addressing New York's housing crisis. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Sanchez, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of several important proposals to advance community land stewardship and affordability. I'm Sylvia Morse from Pratt Center for Community Development, which conducts research and technical assistance in collaboration with community-based organizations on land use and housing policy in New York City, including to Community Land Trust as members of NICELY. We urge City Council to pass the Community Land Act, including Public Land for Public Good, COPA, and the resolution in support of TOPA. And we echo the testimony of other NICELY members on how to make sure those bills are as strong as possible. Together, these policies would protect and maximize city land and subsidies for public benefit, level the playing field for nonprofits and CLTs to meet community housing and economic needs, and help vulnerable New Yorkers stay in their homes and neighborhoods. We also support other bills and resolutions being discussed today that will advance community stewardship of land for long-term affordability, including the Land Bank Bill, Intro 570, as well as Intros 1006 and 107 to expand the legal definition and regulatory agreements for CLTs to include uses beyond housing. And we support the resolutions related to the Social Housing Development Authority. Pratt Center has a long history of researching and advocating for strategies to combat displacement, preserve affordable housing, and give tenants a say in the future of their homes and neighborhoods. Our 2023 report on community land trusts gaining ground identified the land acquisition and disposition, funding, and regulatory reforms proposed in these bills, included in the Community Land Act, as key strategies to address the root cause of our affordability crisis with precedent in other cities like DC and San Francisco. Our recent report on home flipping, which found that speculators are driving up prices and displacement in New York City's last affordable neighborhoods of color, just like Pia was talking about, only underscores the need to expand non-speculative models. We also urge the enhancement of funding for CLTs, which will support new CLTs, as well as groups like ours to provide technical assistance to CLTs throughout the city. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you so much for this opportunity to testify. My name is Oksana Mironova, and I'm here from the Community Service Society of New York to support the Community Land Act, which includes Intro 902, the COPA, Intro 78, Public Land for Public Good, and the Resolution 374 in support of TOPA on the state level. We also call on the City Council to pass the Land Bank Bill, specifically as a pathway towards reforming and abolishing the tax lien system, Intros 1006 and 1007, which would expand the legal definition of CLTs, Intro 350 to support a study of a feasibility of a social housing agency on the city level, and Resolution 777 in support of the state SHDA bill. We know that COPA works. San Francisco passed a similar law in 2019, and in the year since, the law has proven to be very effective, especially in preserving affordability in rent-controlled buildings. For example, the Mission Economic Development Agency, founded in 1973 to promote equitable economic development for working-class Latino households in San Francisco's Mission District, has successfully closed 8 COPA-facilitated purchases, each one in close partnership with the building's tenants. I also really wanted to lift up Ariel from UHAB's point about the fact that our COPA bill is really powerful as it is, but it would be great to see an expansion of it to include right of first purchase as well as a right of first refusal, and to make sure that it is not just limited to distressed properties. We have seen similar policies in the past in the city going back to the 1970s and 1980s not succeed when the pool of buildings that is targeted by a program is limited to just severely distressed buildings. But some amount of limiting could be okay as long as it includes additional factors as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Do I have to activate this? Okay. Thank you, Chairman Sanchez, member of the committee, for this opportunity to allow me to speak in support of the Community Land Act and all of its aspects. My name is Valerio Orselli. I'm currently the project director of This Land Is Ours Community Land Trust. I'm a founding member of Cooper Square Regional Housing Association and Cooper Square Community Land Trust. And I just want to mention just one of the things that we've been able to accomplish through City Council's discretionary funds. In particular, using the funds from the City Council, we were able to identify NWBE partners to work with us after the Archdiocese of New York issued an RFP for one of their properties, St. Emmerich's on East 12th Street, and we applied successfully, and now we're in the process of implementing, after acquisition, plans for the site, which will result in 570 apartments, 60% of them deeply affordable, 40% affordable to families of 80% of AMI or below. The land will ultimately be owned by the land trust, but we cannot predict exactly when that's going to happen because of the financing for the project being so wide, requiring tax credits and so on, and we don't wish to jeopardize the funding, so that may take a while before it happens. But we're very grateful also for the help we got from then Borough President Gail Brewer and our Councilwoman Carolina Rivera. We're also here to support public land for the public good. Most city-owned property in the neighborhoods that we're working in, which is Lower East Side and also Chelsea Clinton, has been given away to for-profit developers. There's a couple of properties we're interested in our neighborhood, a NYCHA parking lot on East 6th Street and an NYPD parking lot on East 5th Street, but we are being asked to compete with all sorts of for-profit developers, so we'll have to see what happens, but we're hoping to be able to successfully complete that. We're also working with a couple of buildings on West 45th Street and also 331 East 14th Street for acquisition. The main problem is the acquisition. And finally, we are working to empower agencies to partner with COTs to steward all kinds of properties besides housing. We are engaged in a community-wide visioning process for the PS 64 building that used to be the Charas El Bohío Community Cultural Center. The land is now owned by a philanthropic entity, but the building is owned by a philanthropic entity, but the land is still owned by the city of New York, and we're hoping that the city will agree to share ownership with us of the land to make sure that public land remains public in perpetuity. And last but not least, we've done this with a skeleton staff. We need much more funding than we have received to date from the City Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all so much. I will now call the next panel, which is consisting of Mark Natanawan, Pamela Herrera, Clint Okayama, Rachel Brown, and David Lander. You may begin when ready. Also, I want a shirt. Just kidding. Okay. I mean, I do, but just kidding.
Hello, and thank you for having us speak here today. My name is Mark Natanawan. I'm a supporter of the New York City Community Land Initiative, and over the past several years, I've worked as a tenant organizer in the west side of Manhattan. Prior to that, I worked in providing technical assistance to community organizations seeking to build affordable housing in NYC. I have had a lot of experience up and close with developers and landlords of all different shapes and sizes. I support public land for public good, COPA, TOPA, and the third-party transfer program, any legislation that advances social housing in our city, because I know that the type of entity that we entrust with our land and our homes matters. The fundamental ethos, goals, and mission of the organization matters. Building housing is long, hard work, and each developer makes countless tiny decisions within each project that can be oriented in one of two directions, either maximizing affordability in every single unit or maximizing profit within every single unit. I believe it was Councilmember Ressler that mentioned earlier today the studies that showed that when we entrust nonprofits with our public land, we see significantly more affordable housing produced as a result. And that is not surprising to me at all, given my experience. What happens with housing, not just at the outset of projects, but also in the long term, matters as well. I've seen too many instances of for-profit landlords buying buildings in the west side of Manhattan and proceeding to push out tenants, jack up rent, and neglect housing to the point of letting it deteriorate and fall apart. I would love to see more of the opposite in New York City. Nonprofits purchasing buildings, preserving affordable housing, creating new affordable housing, and making homes safe and, once again, secure for everybody to live in. The choice is obvious. Let's support nonprofits and community land trusts whose mission is firmly aligned with ours, creating affordable homes and addressing the housing crisis. Please, let's be bold, let's be ambitious, let's not let hesitation water down this legislation or stop it completely. Let's keep pushing and let's not stop until this housing crisis is behind us. Thank you.
Hello?
Good afternoon, Chair Sanchez and members of the Housing and Buildings Committee. My name is Pamela Herrera. I work in Queens as a Land Justice Coordinator for the Western Queens Community Land Trust. We are in favor of the Community Land Act package, which includes Intro 902, 78, and Reso 374. Here in Long Island City, we have 4 public sites that could be used for deep, affordable housing, affordable commercial space, and accessible open green space. We currently are at risk of losing those sites to a proposed rezoning that would gift away public land to developers. The community worked tirelessly to protect the public sites from both Amazon and previous rezonings. But we're back again faced with a 54-block rezoning, which threatens us with mass displacement. We continue to repeat history by pushing aside marginalized communities, but we now have a measure that can create opportunities for our low-income New Yorkers. The land trusts in New York are leading the way to preserve the culture and vibrant fabric of this city by collaborating and creating community-led projects. Community land trusts create housing stability, which can lead to a better quality of health, education, and public safety. With public land for public good, we not only have a say as a community to see what we'd like on the site, but we have the opportunity to stabilizing our neighborhoods with the ongoing housing crisis we have. Affordability is the real issue, and CLTs can guarantee something truly affordable for generations to come. I want to uplift the community our CLT works closely with, Queensbridge Houses, the largest public housing in North America, with over 7,000 residents. They currently have the Jacob Reese Center, the Queensbridge Park, and scattered community centers that have limited space and services. If public land for public good were to become a reality, it would forge a clear path towards an accessible and thriving community hub on the public land filled with creativities, services, and support called the Queensboro People Space. Our CLT is working to address the immense need for QB residents in Queens through this project, but we can't do it without passing this bill. And so I strongly urge the New York City Council to enact Intro 902, 78, and Reso 374. Thank you so much for your time.
Councilmember Sanchez and members of the House and Buildings Committee. My name is Clint Okoyama, and I'm a resident of Astoria, Queens. As a member of the Western Queens Community Land Trust and an LGBTQ affordable housing provider, I am here to testify in favor of public land for public good, Intro 78. This legislation will protect affordability and preserve the cultural fabric of our city. I am an LGBTQIA activist who is witnessing rocketing land prices across New York. This city is one of the few places that the queer community not only created, but also feels safe in as the birthplace of modern, global LGBTQIA movements. But what do we see in the neighborhoods of New York that were once the heartbeat of LGBTQIA culture, like the West Village? Blocks of homes, only affordable to the world's richest. Meanwhile, over 60% of chronically homeless youth are LGBTQIA. I have had so many friends forced out of this city due to a lack of affordability, including queer elders who forged the laws that allow people around the world to love each other free from discrimination. As part of the Community Land Act, Public Land for Public Good would empower local organizations to preserve affordability and cultural identity. These organizations know their neighborhoods better than anybody else, and nobody is as fiercely devoted to fighting for their people. Without them, New York loses the people and identity that has made this city the power of the world. Please pass the Community Land Act and Public Land for Public Good. Thank you for your time. And I'd just like to mention that HPD, mentions that they are committed to affordability, but they are hamstrung by their administration and the pipeline that is created by for-profit landlords. We would create developments that are much more aligned with affordability and mission. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, members of City Council. My name is Rachel Brown, and I'm a resident of Astoria and member of Western Queens Community Land Trust, submitting testimony here in favor of the Community Land Act, and in particular, Public Land for Public Good, Intro 78. We need these bills to combat the speculative market, displacement of low-income residents and small businesses, and ensure community-led development. In terms of public land for public good, I wanted to share examples from Queens, although Pam and Clint already mentioned some of these, but just to remind you that we've been organizing for 5 years to turn an underused public building on public land into this community hub with affordable commercial rents for small businesses, light manufacturers, entrepreneurs, co-ops, nonprofits, and working artists. Because of the rapid gentrification of Long Island City and Western Queens in general, these types of businesses, artists, and organizations are being priced out. And so we need to support local economic development for the people who live and work in Queens, rather than billion-dollar companies like Amazon, who was, the former administrations were going to give this public building to. And as Pam mentioned, we're facing a massive upzoning as we speak, and there are 4 public parcels in the area. An allied organization, the Long Island City Coalition, has developed a resiliency plan for the waterfront. And as I mentioned, our plan for the Department of Ed building, these are plans that can actually address the community needs. And we have other needs like schools and green spaces. And these public lands are in great danger of going to for-profit developers that want to build more luxury high-rises on the waterfront. So we really need public land for public good to make sure this doesn't happen and to ensure that the precious public lands don't go to for-profit developers that will only exploit and displace local residents. So I strongly urge New York City Council to enact Intro 78 and the full Community Land Act package. Thank you so much for your time.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Sanchez and members of the Housing and Building Committee. My name is David Lander. I'm a resident of Hell's Kitchen. I've lived in the same apartment for 29 years. My apartment is one of 2 15-unit buildings that sit side by side on West 45th Street. In the time that I've lived there, our building has had 4 owners. The current owner, a private investment firm, took possession after the previous landlord lost the building to foreclosure. That landlord, Daniel Obshalom, has the distinction of topping the city's list of worst landlords 2 years in a row. 4 years ago, following weeks without heat and hot water in the middle of a brutal winter, we formed a tenants association, and with the help of the not-for-profit organization Housing Conservation Coordinators, we organized a rent strike and filed a lawsuit against Obshalom. Our HP action is still before the court, and we are still on a rent strike. We are now at a crucial juncture. Our building is up for sale yet again. We, the tenants, are searching for a partner to help us purchase the building. We have had several conversations with the current landlord, and they tell us they are under no obligation to share any details of the sale or information on a prospective buyer. If COPA was the law, the landlord would be required to negotiate with us. Time is of the essence. We hope we can persuade the landlord to sell the building to us, or at least allow the tenants to approve the next entity that buys the building, thus allowing us to approve our next landlord. What a concept. If TOPA was the law, the landlord would be required to negotiate with us. Thank you. Please support both.
Thank you to this panel. I need to take another few minutes recess, but I will call the next panel so that you can prepare. William Latimer, Rebecca Poole, Anna DiTucci, Escalante, Alexis Foote, and Sheena Benjamin.
Too early?
Just wanted to since you have any messages for what she's going on, you can come up and say.
Okay.
Good, I guess. So are you, where are you in the whole process?
I did my stuff for that because I started thinking, like, originally they were saying, like, to it might be first, and then she said,
Right in. No, you're sorry.
the last time. Okay.
So much more of this week. So much more of that was for this week, that was, let us say, and then sort of taking it higher. Because I think if you like that, you like it all. So I'm really glad you caught it. Oh, that's great. That's so good.
But like half of us, I know like Hannah and I like rewrote our scripts for sitting there too. We're like getting like annoyed by like what everything everyone's saying. Oh my god, I really hope PTSD can tell the story of last night. Did you see the post that Danny made in our Slack? It was the kickoff for the community visiting.
My brain is looking checked out.
Astoria.
I'd like to figure out a way to do that.
Yeah.
So you stuff with the class.
Posted a picture of a flyer, and I was the only one who marked that one last night. But I mean, I saw some people that I knew that like walking in and looking the same way as the way that as I see whenever I see stuff look like looking.
Because that way,
Posted those, I was like, racing, and then even the way they introduced it at the beginning, it felt like the same, and I was just like, like stressing out. But then when I talked to some of the people afterwards, I was like, my first question was like, who started this? And I was talking to a guy who's specifically a land use expert, and I guess he works for city council, like he works for city council.
No, you're probably right.
He said that Tiffany, when she took the office, she knew nothing about land use. And when like some of those private zoning applications started popping up all the time, she was like, well, I guess I need to look at it. So she goes to like this guy who's a land use expert for city council. Everybody's and starts learning about it. I guess like they've been.
What's up, John? I was just walking over to you.
I like to get along.
Everything they said was LIC that Julie wants.
Krinsky's going to support us.
I want to know what our communities and what's.
Yeah, it's funny. Some students like that. But I'm glad I like other things with the students, so that's how I teach. I remember having one thing in
Like when I talked to the land use guy for a while, and he was like, you know, he was showing me all the maps. He had the various zoning maps and stuff, and like he was saying stuff like,
No, I've been doing other ones.
nothing has been done in Astoria, except for these private in Slack this morning, everyone was saying that's like illegal, they shouldn't call it speakers, but it was private zonings that were like just in these 15 years that we've been
Mr. Krinsky, we were just talking
and
about
so this guy, it sounded like this guy was like
You're so funny. I wanted to do a song. I wanted to do. Oh, you're gonna do this? Oh yeah. See, I was gonna sing, but because I redid the whole like Copacabana. Well, he didn't know that you used to be a rapper. Yeah, just sucks. Yeah, right. I used to be a rapper. You were so. Yeah, me and DJ Curly, right? Red Curly, yeah. He's so, this guy, man, he's so silly. I mean, let's see his life. But if you never wondered what he'd look like with red curly hair.
That's a different mindset then.
No, but you still haven't heard today. Or it's going to be something like that. So I'm just, I'm going. I wanted to sing too, but then there was. But I mean, it was so. But actually, your okay. Mia, is that you? What's going on, Mia? This is in your new capacity?
How are you? I'm Nicholas. I'm Nicholas.
Sheena, nice to meet you.
Sheena, nice to see you.
Oh, thank you. I guess I gotta go first, huh?
Okay. All right. So again, that was William Latimer, Rebecca Poole, Anna DeTucci, Escalante, Alexis Foote, and Sheena Benjamin. You may begin when ready.
Good afternoon. My name is Sheena Benjamin. I am in support of everything that was said here today, pretty honestly. I'm a daughter of Harlem, a first-generation Northerner and a daughter of the second migration. The wave of Black Americans and African Americans who came north seeking freedom, safety, and opportunity. Some of our people settled in Harlem and we built the Harlem Renaissance, a cultural, political, and spiritual epicenter of global Black excellence, and we just reached our peak. Harlem was injected with drugs, violence, and surveillance. From where, we don't know, but we do know this: it still plagues the same illness, we still suffer the same consequences, and you can see that Harlem doesn't need luxury towers, it needs healing and it needs treatment. What we do need, or what we will accept, is luxury facilities for our elders, safe housing for recovery citizens, homes for family and people who are considered invisible. We need a chance to pass down land through our community and not just generational trauma. Today, HPD spends over $1.4 billion annually, but only 10% of the housing reaches 30% AMI or below. That's not affordability, that's political, that's policy coded with gentrification and redlining, and it's completely unacceptable that it has continued to happen and continue to be allowed. At the same time, only private developers get access to lead these projects because they're considered reliable. They're considered trustworthy because they have a record or a jacket of these things that they've done. But I do construction. They have no idea what they're doing. And it's offensive that only these people who have the funds to say something are deemed and considered trustworthy when we live in these communities. We know everything about these communities, and I cannot say that my church, the Guiding Star Covenant of the Southern Cross, leading Circa 25 Resurrection, I can build a community of people that would give their life to volunteer to help build a community.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry I went over.
It's okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Sanchez. Thank you for staying and listening to us. My name is Nicholas Latimer, and I lived in the same apartment in Hell's Kitchen for more than 40 years. When I first moved to New York as a young graduate from the University of Alabama, a splashy advertising campaign was attempting to boost tourism in the then beleaguered city. Its catchy phrase, "I love New York," could be heard on every radio station and television station across the city, and its related pop art graphic, "I Heart New York," was being plastered on t-shirts, postcards, and souvenirs from Times Square and beyond. I came to the city to work in book publishing because New York is the book publishing capital of the world. And when I landed a lowly job as a publicist at one of the most prestigious publishers, I knew I had arrived. A few months later, I was manning our company's booth at New York is Book Country, the popular street fair that ran up and down Fifth Avenue each fall. But working in a glamorous world of books is a notoriously low-wage job. For the first few years, to make ends meet, I also had to work weekends as a sales clerk at Bloomingdale's, selling designer handbags to tourists and wealthy Upper East Siders. So it's no exaggeration to say that the only reason I was able to achieve my dream of living and working in New York City was because I was lucky enough to find a tiny apartment with relatively low rent in walking distance of my office. But today, luck is not enough. We need to pass COPA, Public Land for Public Good, the resolution supporting TOPA, so that young people coming to the city can realize their own dreams and find an affordable place to live. We all love New York, but New York needs to give a little love back.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. I just want to call up John Levia and Gilda Gillum to come up to the dais, and you may continue.
Good afternoon, council members. Appreciate the opportunity to communicate. My name is Escalante, Mr. Escalante. I represent the Northwest Bronx. I'm the founder of the Community Cosmic Orchestra Coalition, and I'm in connection with the Northwest Bronx Community and Clergy Coalition and different partners from the Brownsville Coalition. And I'm here to communicate about the importance of the Community Land Act today. Just have to address very serious matters that predatory equity cannot go any longer. Corporate housing happens to be making millions of dollars behind decaying buildings with families and with entire communities that are kept in deplorable infesting conditions and exposed to unhealthy and dehumanizing environments in today's times. The Community Land Act, which consists of the Community Opportunity to Purchase Act, Intro 902, Public Land for Public Good, Intro 78, and Tenant Opportunity to Purchase Resolution, Reso 374, with the permanently abolishing and replacing it in the New York City lien sale, needs to be passed as soon as possible. So this way the land and the administration of the land may go in the hands of the community so we can build affordable homes, ecosystems of sustainable businesses, and cultural and wellness healing centers citywide. This way, I really want to make it very, an emphasis that the main purpose of doing this is the next generations. I have to think about the youth. This way we can gather the youth of this city and transform their lives for the better. The rate, when we look at the realities that we're dealing with, the rate of drug addiction, gun violence is the highest in history. We have teenagers shooting other teenagers in the South Bronx. As a father myself and someone who is deeply rooted in my indigenous Quechua culture of the Andes, I know that this is not acceptable, and I also know that as adults, we are responsible for all the children in our community. We're responsible for all the children in our city and in our neighborhoods. To achieve resolution, we must acknowledge that this is an emergency. Predatory equity has been going on for way too long. There has to be a shift of paradigm to create sustainable ecosystems. We need more integration programs. And this work, there needs to be also an acknowledgement that there's strength in numbers. So we need to create a lot of programs that center the youth to stay focused in creating their own destiny and create healthier futures. So in all the reality, we have to acknowledge the old ways of doing things have come to an expiration date. We need a new wave of unstoppable empowerment has come to rise. And frankly, the Community Land Act is long overdue. We need to secure a healthier future for all of us, and especially our youth. So, in reality, this needs to be passed yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Of course.
Hello, members of the City Council. My name is Anna DeTucci, and I am a student at the City College of New York. I'm here today to advocate for the passing of TOPA and COPA. Time and time again, we've seen working-class New Yorkers being forced to move out against their will because they have no other choice. They can't afford the rent anymore. How is it fair that the very thing that makes us New York, our community, is being driven out due to inflation and the gentrification of our neighborhoods? Slumlords are neglecting our buildings while charging us more and more rent each and every year. Many homes are under threat of being foreclosed by the tax lien sale because their landlords have not paid their city taxes, and many tenants don't even know about it. You say your resources are stretched thin and you're using every dollar you can to create affordable housing, yet there's thousands of vacant luxury apartments across the city. Those empowered to make a difference need to hear the cries of the people. Many New Yorkers are struggling on the brink of homelessness each and every day, barely managing to stay afloat. As someone who is also a tenant, I have struggled firsthand with the housing crisis in this city. I am a part of a class called Community-Based Research, a class dedicated to help solve the housing crisis in the city. We have reached out to several tenants who have organized together under a community land trust to own their building. They already have won massive victories in the fight against for-profit landlords that run the housing market with an iron fist. 248 Arlington Avenue in East New York has been the first building to be taken over by their tenants through a CLT. Since East New York CLT has purchased their building, tenants now enjoy the fundamental right of owning their own homes. It should be like this for every New Yorker. That is why we need TOPA and COPA to pass, so that people don't have to choose whether to feed their kids or afford rent. The City of New York wants to find solutions to the homelessness crisis, and the solution is very clear. Make housing affordable again. We have the resources, we have the space, we have the apartments waiting to be lived in. We as students, workers, and tenants implore you to pass these bills because Section 8 and Section 9 are not enough. People are put on a backlog and are made to wait years before an opening shows up. We need TOPA and COPA now so that every New Yorker can live with peace of mind knowing that they have somewhere secure to lay their head at night. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Sanchez. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of the proposed legislation to advance community land trusts. My name is John Laver from Save 60D Tiffany. I'm fighting to stay in my home of 31 years from a speculative, greedy landlord trying to kick us out due to an expiring lower income housing tax agreement, or LIHTX for short. As you probably know, LIHTX are a product of Reaganomics and are still one of the main drivers of affordable housing development to this day. They were made permanent in '94. This is important because LIHTX have an expiration date of 30 years. Interestingly enough, other states have extended that date, but New York has not. For example, California has made it 55 years. Many people don't know that when a LIHTX agreement expires, the rents automatically go to market rate. Currently, there's no remedy for that. According to a recent article in Shelterforce, we're looking at losing upwards of 500,000 deeply affordable units in the next few years. This is a crisis looming, created by bad policy. For me and the 70 families of 63 Tiffany Place in Brooklyn, this is not hypothetical. This is our current situation. Most, if not all of us, will now be priced out of not only our homes, but our city. As our tenant leader, I've been desperately looking for a solution, not just for my building, but for thousands in our same predicament. And this is why I'm here testifying. We are members of Nicely and a coalition of CLTs and advocates, many you're hearing from today. But to truly combat the affordability crisis, displacement, homelessness, the city must bring land and housing into permanently affordable community control. We urge the City Council to pass the Community Land Act, which includes 3 proposals being discussed here today: the Public Land for Public Good, COPA, and a resolution supporting TOPA in Albany. The Community Land Act also calls to permanently abolish the New York City tax lien sale and replace it with an equitable system, which could be accomplished through the creation of a land bank. Together, these policies would protect and maximize city land and subsidies for public benefit, level the playing field for nonprofits and CLTs to meet community housing and economic needs, and help vulnerable New Yorkers stay in their homes. In our case, TOPA and COPA would give us the tools to acquire our buildings and take them off the speculative market and into community or tenant or community control. We also support the bills expanding the city's legal definition of CLTs beyond housing, which will advance permanently affordable commercial, community, and open space. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just consistently impressed by everybody's ability to get in the time frame, so thank you.
Hello. Yeah. In the 1970s, Harlem and the Bronx was burning. They were burning because unscrupulous landlords abandoned their properties and did not want to pay taxes. In 1976, my family was a part of that fateful day of being burned out of our apartment and having to be transplanted back into the neighborhood in which I was born in. The tenants in the building that I live in now for nearly 50 years was facing that same fate with abandonment by their landlord. However, our tenants fought back. Good afternoon, Chair Sanchez. My name is Gilda Gillum, and I'm a lifelong housing advocate, environmental justice organizer, and founder of the social impact organization Tulindi. I've stood with residents facing eviction, and I've helped train communities to fight back against displacement. My neighbors had to face over a decade of being in a program called 7A Administrative. We rebuilt our building, we took care of our property, only for the city to sell it to a landlord and other entities that we couldn't even investigate who owned the buildings. We thought we were going to be owners. However, I was robbed in 1990 of that dream. This legislation, the Community Land Act, is just not policy, it's protection. It's about giving our communities the legal right to stay rooted in place. This act is comprised of COPA, Intro 902, Public Land for Public Good, Intro 78, and TOPA, Tenant Opportunity to Purchase Resolution 374, and abolish and replace the New York City lien sale, which we can preserve deeply affordable housing and stop speculative buyouts and ensure that land serves the public good, not developer profits. I want to give this next generation an opportunity to own their own property, not to be sold to a landlord.
I'm sorry, I do, we have to.
Yes, thank you.
Next panel, thank you. Thank you all so much for your testimony. Thank you. The next panel is going to be Marnie Brady, Abu Farman, Annabelle Ruggiero, and Albert Scott. And you may begin when ready.
Hello, Councilmember Sanchez. My name is Marnie Brady. I'm an associate professor of sociology at Marymount Manhattan College, and I'm a member of the House the Future campaign. As a concerned scholar, a New Yorker, and a proud mom of a CUNY Hunter College student and a New York City public high schooler, I'm here to call on you to support the New York State Social Housing Bill, New York State TOPA, and the pillars of the New York City Community Land Act, measures that are mutually reinforcing. We need both a statewide public authority and well-supported nonprofit affordable housing developers, so all of our kids who the city invests in every day in their schools can have secure housing as children and envision a future here as young adults. I've lived in Brooklyn for the last 20 years, but previously lived in DC, where I learned firsthand TOPA works. I organized with my neighbors there, and instead of the prospect of another new over-leveraged landlord squeezing or getting rid of tenants, tenants were informed at the announcement of sale of the right to TOPA and ultimately formed their own co-op, and in the process got rid of the mold and the rats. Here in Brooklyn, I've been part of many different tenant rights workshops through my PTA and with the CEC 15. And over again, where community-minded, involved, empowered parents have shown up to learn more about their rights, including when their buildings went up for sale, TOPA and COPA have been sorely missing in the preservation toolbox. So whether we're reinforcing the potential of HPD, or we're prioritizing a community land trust nonprofit developer, or when we enact the New York State Social Housing Development Authority, we need both COPA and TOPA. And I thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Al.
How you doing, Chair Sanchez? Wow, what a day. I'm just so excited to be here today to see the progression 5+ years later in this particular fight. But for the record, Albert Scott, co-founder of the East New York Community Land Trust, also a steering committee member of the East New York Coalition for Community Advancement and other grassroots organizations, where I witnessed a lot of things on the ground. This Community Land Act is much more than just simply words on a paper. This is an economic justice and housing justice tools to fight back the predator speculators, the hedge funds, giving us the fighting chance. These are our tools. We heard that word a lot today, but with the Community Land Act and knowing what's going on in East New York, we know 145,800 is the AMI for New York City. In East New York is 46,695. We recognize that as a result, we're being targeted by toxic house flipping. We're targeted by speculators, deed fraud, all of these entities. And the only thing we definitely want to disrupt is displacement that's taking place in communities like East New York. I don't know what HPD had in mind when they talk about the market, but the displacement market needs to be slowed down. And with these particular tools as the Community Land Act, you're giving us a fighting chance to push back against these economic predators that target our communities, working families throughout New York City. Pass the Community Land Act, the council needs to demonstrate to communities of color, working families, that they are with us. They are willing to give us the opportunity to remain in our communities. And in closing, our power, our movement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Al, and thank you for your leadership on this, and thank you for your testimony. We will now turn to remote testimony. Once your name is called, a member of our staff will unmute you and the Sergeant at Arms will give you the go-ahead to begin. Please wait for the Sergeant to announce that you may begin before delivering your testimony.
You may begin.
Ann Korchak. Ann Korchak.
You may begin.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Ann Korchak, and I serve as the board president of the Small Property Owners of New York. And our members operate small rent-stabilized buildings and the naturally occurring affordable housing that you'll find in 1 to 4 family homes. I'm speaking today in opposition to 902. We view this bill as an unfair burden on small property owners, and that it risks putting us at even greater financial risk. Typically, when a family is selling a building, it's often due to the death of a family member, and estate taxes must be settled. While this bill does include an exemption in case of death, that exemption only applies if the individual owns the property. And most rental properties are held in corporations or LLCs because of the liability protections that they provide. This bill would unfairly penalize responsible owners who took those best practices. The IRS requires these taxes to be paid within 9 months of death, and the bill's proposed 6-month process for sale to a nonprofit would really make it nearly impossible for some families to be able to meet that deadline. We're also concerned about the operational impact on HPD and the agency's ability to take this burden on because they are significantly understaffed and overburdened. We wonder, does HPD have the staff and resources to implement and manage COPA? How will they properly notify owners that this new city law is in effect? And the bill gives HPD discretion to extend the 180-day timeline. And how can owners be assured that the bureaucratic delays would prevent them from completing a transaction timely? We are also concerned about, a key property ownership, which is the right of disposition and the ability to transfer and sell one's property. COPA would impose unnecessary hurdles to that right.
Your time's expired. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. The next person is Annie Wilson, followed by Bruno Daniel.
You may begin.
Those AMI ranges are so flawed. I mean,
I'm online. I think I'm online. Hold on. Hello?
You are
You're
online.
online.
Yes.
This is Annie Wilson. Thanks for letting me speak up. I'm Annie Wilson. I was a co-founder of a low-income cooperative, now known as an HDFC, and the Tenants Association at 544 East 13th Street, where I had resided since 1984. And I have testified at 6-7 hearings since 2017, and I've disclosed some of the issues that limited the potential of our affordable housing in the long term. We ended up being in a partnership, which is my concern that I want to raise right now in the context of the COPA bill. I will be providing written comments by the due time on Friday. And I wanted to inform the fact that the pre-qualified lists, which are now still published and will be published for the purpose of COPA, do not require the full disclosure to all stakeholders, including residents, of all information that is relevant to the public interest, such as partnerships and contracts. And in my lived experience, unfortunately, our nonprofit developer, UHAB, partnered with a for-profit developer that got all of the income from the low-income housing tax credits and the profits from the construction, while controlling the building in a contract that was not shared with the residents, which allowed the developers to decide on who lives where.
Your time's expired. Thank you for your testimony.
I'm sorry.
Bruno Daniel.
You may begin.
Good afternoon, Chair Sanchez and members of the committee, and thank you for holding this hearing today. I'm here representing Brooklyn Borough President Antonio Reynoso, a strong supporter of the Community Land Act. It is important to note the New York City housing crisis, as evidenced by our dangerously low vacancy rate, demands new housing development of all types, serving a broad range of incomes and family sizes. Yet the longer we wait to build more housing, the more market pressures increase. And according to the New York Times, families leaving New York City at the fastest rate are people of color who live between $32,000 and $65,000 a year. Low and moderate income homeowners and tenants who want to stay are increasingly looking at strategies that remove real estate speculation from the equation and provide long-term housing affordability and stability. That's why social housing models based in community ownership and democratic control of land provide important tools in the toolbox for meeting our city's housing needs. On today's agenda are tools for new development, including Intro 78. Public land is our best opportunity to create much needed, deeply affordable housing. For years, HPD has had an informal policy requiring use of one of its affordable housing term sheets for public land disposition. This bill simply codifies that policy and goes a step beyond to require a preference for local mission-driven developers to build that housing. This means the developer will have interest in keeping the housing affordable in the long term, and the development's profits will stay in the community to be used for other services. Resolution 777. This resolution supports state legislation that create a social housing development authority. This new state entity would issue bonds for the purpose of creating and preserving affordable housing throughout the state. Some of our most enduring affordable housing, such as Mitchell-Lama and homes developed by the Urban Development Corporation, were state projects, and this proposal has the potential to revive this power with a social housing mission. Intro 902, Resolution 374, preserving existing affordable housing, both regulated and unregulated, is critical for stabilizing communities and fighting the housing crisis. Intro 902, aka the Community Opportunity to Purchase Act, creates a process for qualified mission-driven developers to make a competitive offer when a landlord sells a multifamily building. This level
Your time's expired. Thank you for your testimony.
chances that existing
Thank you. I'd now like to call Joyce Blalick.
You may begin.
Okay, hi, hello, and thank you. I'm Joyce Bialik, a member of We Act for Environmental Justice. I live in District 7, and I surveyed most of my district for We Act's land survey. We identified vacant lots and buildings for development. I'm also a social work and social policy educator who's advocated for housing that's affordable for all, because when we are adequately housed, our mental and physical health benefits, as well as our ability to earn a decent living. I support all parts of the Community Land Act, but we'll be talking now about public land for public good. Intro 78, it's a bill that requires the city government, when awarding its properties for the purpose of developing affordable housing, to give priority to nonprofit developers and community land trusts over those organizations that are for profit. Studies have found that not-for-profit organizations do allocate more units for the most low-income residents than do for-profits. We're talking about 38% by not-for-profits versus 21% by for-profits. As you know, we define the most low-income as 0 to 30% of the area median income, which in New York City is between 0 to 38,000 for a family of 3. If not-for-profits are more likely to develop for the most needy, then we want more such organizations developing properties. I'd like to suggest you're introducing another bill, namely that any development that is obtained from city property or that receives tax credits be required to allocate at least 40% of its units for residents at the most low income level. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Bye.
Thank you so much, Joyce. I'd now like to call Juan Rivero.
You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Juan Rivero, Special Projects Director at Village Preservation, an organization that serves the neighborhoods of Greenwich Village, NoHo, and the East Village. And I'm submitting testimony in favor of the Community Opportunity to Purchase Act, Public Land for Public Good, and the resolution supporting the Tenant Opportunity to Purchase Act. We regard these acts as significant steps in ensuring that land in our neighborhoods serve the needs of people who live there rather than that of those looking for an investment vehicle. Like all neighborhoods in the city, ours struggle with a lack of residential and commercial affordability that leads to the displacement of often long-standing members of our community. And folks in the neighborhood have little say on the matter. Community plans are formulated, neighborhood needs listed, and resolutions issued, but then these are brushed aside and the community has to make do with crumbs of the table of zoning allowances and marked down public land sales that is served by the city to developers in the name of affordability and social justice. The upzoning of NoHo, Soho, and Chinatown is illustrative. The city promised that it would produce hundreds of housing units and quote-unquote affordable housing units within 10 years and ignored communities' demands for deeper affordability and zoning protections and concerns about speculation and displacement. A third of the way through those 10 years, not a single new housing unit has been produced, and the neighborhood has seen a loss in rent-regulated housing. Communities deserve a greater opportunity to determine how neighborhood land can serve their needs. At a public site on 324 East 5th Street, the community is clamoring for permanent affordability that a CLT would make possible. At a public site north of the Gansford Meat Market, the community is demanding 100% affordability, but the city is insisting on a for-profit luxury development with a marginal affordability requirement. Why? This is public land and should be devoted in perpetuity to the public good. For that reason, I urge you to enact Intro 902, Intro 78, and Resolution 374. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. I'd now like to call Vijay Dandapani, followed by Bake Tiam.
You may begin.
Good afternoon, Chair Sanchez and members of the committee. Thank you for holding this hearing today. I'm Vijay Dandapani, President and CEO of the Hotel Association of New York City, also known as ANEC. I'm here to testify in support of 1281, introduced by Councilmember Dinowitz, and thus far supported by 13 other CMs. This bill would delay the implementation of the natural gas detector requirement of Local Law 157 to 2016, which requires the DOB to establish or adopt a standard governing the installation and location of natural gas alarms. This standard is the NFPA Standard 715, which requires interconnected alarm systems, and these alarm systems ought to be the industry standard. However, there is only a single company that can meet these requirements, and otherwise the hotel and other buildings would need to install line-operated gas detecting systems. These wired systems require that major work be performed throughout the hotels, and in order to install these wired systems, hotels would need to remove or drill through walls, floors, and ceilings of occupied hotels. This would severely disrupt both guests and workers in order to safely perform this extensive work. And hotels would need to empty their rooms of guests as well as workers for weeks. This requirement comes at a particularly inopportune time for the hotel industry, which is still to recover from the COVID pandemic and is now under a double whammy from some of the policies of the federal administration. Most hotels lack the financial wherewithal to suddenly pay for such major work and let alone close for weeks. Intro 1281 would address this problem by delaying implementation until DOB determines that sufficient non-wired alarms are available. And it would give us 1 year from DOB's determination that these devices are available. And this would allow hotels enough time to prepare for installing them. By being wireless, these alarms would also be safer to install. For these reasons, we strongly urge the Council to pass this bill immediately. I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Vijay. I'd now like to call Mbake Tiam, and followed by Memo Salazar.
You may begin.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, Chair Sanchez, Chair Brandon, and Chair Brewer. My name is Mbake Tiam. I'm the Housing and Health Community Organizer at Center for Independence of the Disabled in New York. We advocate for people with disabilities in the 5 boroughs of New York City. And thank you for having this hearing. I wanted to voice the need for accessible, affordable housing. We cannot advocate for affordable housing without advocating for accessible housing. We need more inclusion of people with disabilities and seniors in the housing program that the city and the state are implementing. We also need to advocate for a fair and just proceeding of housing application to combat the discrimination that people with disabilities may encounter when their disabilities are disclosed in the housing applications. We strongly support Intro 78 in relation to disposition of real property of the city. We also support Intro 350, Intro 570 in relation to creating a land bank, Intro 902 in relation to giving qualified entities a first opportunity to purchase and an opportunity to submit an offer to purchase certain residential building when offered for sale. We also support Intro 1006 or proposed Intro 1006 and 1007 in relation to defining community land trusts. We also support Intro 374 for resolution calling on New York State legislature to pass and the governor to sign legislation mandating that any owner intending to sell a multi-unit residential dwelling must first make fairly appraised offer to sell to the tenant within the residence before making
Your
the
time
sale.
expired. Thank you for your testimony.
All right.
Thank you so much. Memo Salazar.
You may begin.
We can't hear you, Memo. You're not muted. Is there something you can do about your microphone?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
You can hear me now?
You.
Okay, thanks. Sorry about that. I don't know what happened. My name is Memo Salazar. I'm the co-chair of the Western Queens Community Land Trust. I've heard a lot of discussion today about how to solve this affordability crisis, and I'm telling you that CLTs are your most immediate indirect solution because we're on the ground. We know our neighborhoods better than any city agency. We can move faster than the city processes allow. But with the land prices being as high as they are, it's like a David and Goliath situation. We need more money, we need stronger policy to tip the scales away from the market-driven private developers. In the last couple of years, our CLT specifically has explored purchasing multiple potential buildings, developing relationships with tenants who want to own their buildings. And it's been exciting to connect with them. We're real people in the community who are willing to work together. But every single time we've tried this, the owner has sold the building off before we had a chance to react. COPA would give us that fighting chance, the ability to buy the building and keep the people in their homes, which is a crucial law in a market like New York City's. It also needs to come with an acquisition or bridge fund because landlords want to sell their buildings as fast as possible, which is often why they end up selling to a private buyer. But we offer a better long-term system, one that has ownership with deep community roots that CLTs will work with to make sure that the buildings remain permanently affordable. And I can't underscore how essential COPA is as a piece of that very complicated puzzle. I'd also like to underscore what some other folks have said today, that this needs to be a citywide legally binding law and not just for distressed properties. That's really important. The Public Land for Public Good Act is also important. As you've heard from other folks, we're currently proposing a huge 750,000 square foot building project in LIC that would go a long way in keeping Queens artists, workers, and community orgs alive. And without this law in place, the land can be given away to any private developer that the EDC deems worthy. So with the law in place, the building will be saved from potential demolition and be kept in the hands of the community. If you can please support both of those plans and the TOPA resolution and the abolish the tax lien sale, we can't do our work without any of it. Thank you.
Next, Olivia Gonzalez Killingsworth.
You may begin.
Hi, my name is Olivia Gonzalez Killingsworth. I'm a resident of Kensington in Brooklyn, and I'm a member of the House of Future campaign. I'm also a shareholder in the cooperative where I live, one of many co-ops across the city that initially began life as a rental building, but was then converted into a co-op in the 1980s, giving a whole generation of tenants access to the stability of homeownership. When I was lucky enough to acquire this apartment and go from being a tenant to being a homeowner, I discovered that now that I don't have to worry about working 3 jobs to pay for my housing, I have time to attend city council hearings like this one. But all too often I hear my fellow property owners testifying at community hearings against measures to create stable, affordable housing in their neighborhoods, basically pulling the ladder up after themselves. So I'm here to use my platform as a local homeowner to do the opposite and urge you to pass the Community Opportunity to Purchase Act, Public Land for Public Good, and the resolutions in support of the New York State Social Housing Development Authority and the Tenant Opportunity to Purchase Act. Councilmember Sanchez, in her excellent questioning of representatives from HPD, revealed how inadequate our current programs for creating and preserving affordable housing really are compared to the scale of the need that we have. Each of these bills provides an additional pathway to creating and preserving affordable, dignified, and stable housing like mine for my neighbors who don't have access to the same privileges that I do, especially my Black and Brown neighbors. So for that reason, I strongly urge the New York City Council to enact Intro 902, Intro 78, and Resolution 777 and 374. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I just want to note that we have been joined and we have been joined by Councilmember Rita Joseph, who will close out our hearing. Thank you so much, Councilmember. I will be listening to the last few folks on Zoom. Thank you.
Calling Rain Riley.
You may begin.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Rain Riley, and I'm a member of the Met Council on Housing, the New York State Tenant Block, and Caring Majority Rising. And I'm here today to demand that you pass the Community Land Act proposed by the NYC Community Land Initiative. Like many Americans, I've never had housing security, and in my entire life, I've never lived in one place longer than 4 years. Where I live now in Flushing, the gentrification is disgusting, and there's just so much land sitting vacant while our neighbors struggle on the street. We already can't afford the current rent, and tenants are constantly in eviction court despite working multiple jobs. And the stress of always being homeless is so bad for people's health, including my own. So why do we allow these developers and these thieves to hoard this housing that's direly needed right now in the community? I've yet to meet any of these competent and experienced owners. I don't trust any of them to dictate what is best for tenants. So could you introduce me? Because I'm technically homeless right now. My trans friends are homeless right now. My sex worker friends are homeless right now. My fellow disabled friends are homeless right now. And wheelchair users like myself are priced out of accessible buildings. We're being discriminated against heavily. And my immigrant neighbors are literally being terrorized into silence. 70% of the people in the city are tenants. My landlords don't need more money. They own 20 buildings in a mall. They live in Long Island. I've never met them. And my building has a disgustingly high turnover rate with constant empty units. They don't provide basic repairs. They lie about the stabilization status. They harass people. They steal people's HRA payments and still sue them and take down any union organizing signage and retaliate very, very fiercely. And they've raised the rent $400 each year since 2022. It makes no sense. Each one of you holds our lives in your hands. You might not remember me in a year, but if I'm still alive, I will remember you. So you need to stand up to these leeches in our community strongly and permanently. And if the Community Land Act is too anti-landlord for you, I'm warning you with no ill intention that people are going to start seizing these buildings because we don't have any other choice. It's either going to jail for being homeless or going to jail for squatting. So please don't turn hardworking people into citizens. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. I'd like to call on Yvette Chen.
You may begin.
Hi, my name is Yvette Chen, and I'm the Program Manager for Neighborhood Development at the Center for New York City Neighborhoods. I would like to thank Chair Sanchez and members of the City Council Committee on Housing and Buildings for holding today's hearing. The center is committed to identifying and securing affordable housing opportunities for New Yorkers. We are currently focused on creating pathways to homeownership with the goal of helping BIPOC households maintain or become homeowners through our Worth initiative, which is in partnership with LISC and NHS NYC. We submit this testimony in favor of the three bills, COPA Intro 902, the resolution in support of TOPA Res 374, and Public Land for Public Good Intro 78. COPA, implemented along with TOPA at the state level, helps tenants stay in their neighborhoods instead of being subject to displacement. It provides a much-needed pathway to permanently affordable homeownership and wealth building. COPA levels the playing field for qualified CLTs and nonprofits, so they are more easily able to acquire and preserve buildings and expand permanently affordable housing in gentrifying neighborhoods. We also support Intro 78, or Public Land for Public Good, which reforms the city's process for disposing of real property by prioritizing nonprofit developers and community land trusts. From our research, the extremely limited supply of land is one of the major challenges to developing affordable housing. CLTs and nonprofits consistently build at higher levels of affordability and can help alleviate the shortage of affordable housing. In summary, we need a level playing field. These bills can help curb housing speculation and assist nonprofits and CLTs with expanding our supply of permanently affordable housing. We also urge the City Council to support the $9 million Schedule C funding request to support the foreclosure prevention, estate planning home repair initiatives to assist homeowners across New York City. We also ask the City Council to support and fund the citywide CLT initiative.
Thank you. Your
at
time
$3
expired.
billion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Christopher Leon Johnson.
You may begin.
Yeah, hello. My name is Christopher Leon Johnson, and I'm sitting on against every bill that's Rivera and Lincoln Ressler has introduced on behalf of Community Land Trust. Now, the reason I'm against these bills because Community Land Trust is about a scam. It's really called a community scam trust. And what happens is that All this does is benefit these corrupt nonprofits that all they want to do is steal land from landlords and private developers because they just want the land. If a developer or a landlord doesn't pay their bills, okay, take away their property. But if you kids can't take away property because these guys and gals, because these corrupt nonprofits want the property. Let's keep that 100%. Now, one more thing I want to say is that look, the 248 Alton Avenue, which is ran by East New York Community Land Trust, is a prime example of the reason why that Community Land Trust does not work in the city of New York. That nonprofit is corrupt. East New York Community Land Trust is corrupt, ran by Deborah Ack and Mr. Albert Scott. The conditions of that apartment of that area is horrible. The tenants get treated like dirt. Prostitution, drugs, vagrancy is at all-time high. The quality is disgusting. And the fact that the director tried to throw shots at me is disgusting because she knows it's true. I heard it here. She tried to throw shit at me, and I've been there before. I actually been to a rally before at 248 Arlington, so I know what's going on here. So, like I said, keep it real. I'm totally against it because East New York Community Land Trust is behind that, and they're behind that situation. And just because of that, I'm totally against the bill. 248 Arlington Avenue is the prime example, is a life lesson of why Community Land Trust doesn't work. It does not work at all. Community Land Trust is nothing but a scam. And I hope the city council rejects it, or hopefully that the speaker doesn't get to the floor by the end of the session so the bill dies. So I hope all those bills die at the end of the session. And it's really corrupt. Real corrupt process. Real corrupt process.
Thank you. Your time expired.
Thank you for your testimony. We will call on the following people if you're here: Liza McMillan, Todd Baker, Gordon Lee, Melanie Reyes, Rachel Coyle, Janika Speller, Haley Kim, Gilda Dawn, Raymond Mendez, Valerie Crossland, Armando Rodriguez, Shale Pandea, Rafayette Hassan, Herman Hewitt, Alex Stein, Deborah Act, Alexis Foot, Rebecca Poole, Abu Farman, Annabelle Riguero, and Aaron Bond. If we have inadvertently missed anyone that has registered to testify today and has yet to be called on, please use the Zoom raise hand function. If you're testifying remotely, you'll be called in order that your hands have been raised. If you're testifying in person, please come to the dais. Seeing no one, I will now close the hearing. Thank you to the members of the administration and members of the public who have joined us today. The hearing is now adjourned.